Hello, everybody. Welcome aboard. And we're going to make sure everything's all right. YouTube Live Control Panel. There we go. We can see all the statistics. So that's good. And what is nice here? I can take this, move this here. So I have all the stuff showing up, and I can see all the data. Make sure that the stream's all right. Nice to have everybody here. I'm on 22477.5, getting the CW Morse code from KPH, coastal station in California. So that's what I'm getting on the receiver here, with a decent signal. Propagation today and in the last few days has been absolutely amazing. Since Wednesday, day after day of just great propagation and signals all over the place. Really nice. And okay, everything looks all right. So everything's okay here. So I'll start with this. So it's next week. I'm gonna start checking that out to have the Zoom. There's a Zoom coming up next Sunday. The September the 28th. We will be live. It will be kind of a live tuning session, and it's gonna be fun to one of the first monthly Zooms where we have fun tuning the radio bands together. So that's going to be cool. The links will be posted soon. I need to create the event. I completely forgot to create it yesterday. I wanted to do that, so I'm going to create it this weekend. I just need to have access to the Zoom account. So, okay, everything looks good. Let's start this show. Welcome aboard, everyone. This is the Shortwave radio show that we have every week at 20 hours Universal Time on Saturday. And of course, we talk about radio, tune the bands, listen to signals like this Morse code signal coming in with decent strength here in Montreal from KPH Marine Station in California, Point Reyes, California. So 22477.5. If you don't have CW, you can tune 22476. Or 477 simply, and upper sideband, which makes you possibly hear it. There are several other frequencies also. They're on 17016.8 and a few more. Saturday only. This is a special activation done by the Marine Historical Society, which actually activates every Saturday this marine station, kind of just like the good old days. They also have CW bulletins and even RTTY or Navtex bulletins that can be that are sent out on Saturdays. So it's kind of cool to have that happening. So welcome everyone. My name is Gilles. I'm located in Montreal, Quebec, Canada, northeast part of North America, and we just are here to have fun. There's a beautiful chat room with wonderful people, always a lot of great people here. If you want to join in, say hello. And if you have questions here, this is the place. Whether you're brand new to all of this or been doing this for 50 years, there are questions that pop up. We don't know everything. And there are times when we just simply need a place where we feel comfortable doing all of this together and asking questions. There are no dumb questions. I say it all the time. When you don't know it, you don't know it. It's a hobby where we learn a lot. Shortwave radio listening, especially with all the aspects of radio and the propagation conditions and all of that. There's a lot of stuff that is has to be taken into account when listening to shortwave and when tuning to bands. And so we have a few things, including space. There's going to be a little bit of a space weather news. There's a new report that came out about the solar cycles, future solar cycles. It's going to be interesting. Once this is over, we do have a Facebook group with more than 4,000 members now that actually are having a lot of fun sharing what they're listening to, radios they're purchased, things that they're trying, experiments, whatever. I try to post as often as possible things I'm listening to kind of activate it all and make sure that everybody is listening to that is a lot of fun, and it's fun to see what people are tuning around on the bands. So welcome aboard wherever you are. And, we got people all around the world here, which is really cool too. So hope we're going to have fun tonight once again. These shows don't have any specific length. There's no minimum or maximum amount of time, but we rarely go below 3 hours. I think 3 hours has been set as really kind of a standard minimum unless there's really something happening. And it often goes way more than 3 hours, depending on, the interaction, what we have to listen to, and so on. We do have a couple of spy number stations we'll try later on in an hour for the M12 number stations from Russia. We'll be looking at pirates, any pirates that are on the air during the broadcasts, and of course tuning other types of signals that might be on the bands. So we'll be doing all of that and more. So hope you enjoy the show today. So Richard Wagner, nice to have you here from Northeast Illinois. Here in Montreal, it's and today it's one of the coolest days, I'd say, in so far. We're in mid 60s. I'd say around mid 60s. It's 18 degrees Celsius here today, and tomorrow will be about 70, which is typically normal. And at night it's cool. Last night was in the 40s. And tonight's going to be in the 40s also. So this is starting to show that, fall is actually getting here. I don't know. I don't have my... I do have my phone, right? I think I do have my phone somewhere. I'm trying to find it. I put it somewhere, or I left it in the kitchen, I think. So anyways, there's colors in the trees here have started to show now. Beautiful colors for fall. So, and propagation this week has been great. We had a great week of warm weather, and so on Wednesday went to Perry Island. It was about 80 Fahrenheit, perfect weather, perfect conditions, and once again, just I haven't even posted all the videos yet. I think I still have 4 or 5 videos to post on my YouTube channel of the signals and the things I've heard on the shortwave bands with my Perry Island D expedition, which I had a lot of fun. Was really, really cool, and was, just amazing to be there. Kind of my little place where I recharge my batteries and just enjoy a wonderful time. And it was very quiet, not a lot of people. I have the impression they're leaving the grass grow really high. I have the impression that's kind of keeping some people away, not being sure, because it does isolate you when you're on like when I'm sitting in a picnic table, no one really sees you unless they pass by. So I'm wondering if some people are kind of not going there, kind of worried that it's too isolated now. And, even though Montreal is a very safe place in general, some people don't take any chances. It's funny because, in my case, because I have all the walkie-talkies with me, or not, the handheld, like the ICOM ICR30 and stuff like that, people tend to think I'm a cop in the park, watching over the park. So I guess it gives me maybe a protection of some sort. If bad guys come over, it's like, oh, there's a cop. We're not going to do anything. It's just so funny. But I guess maybe it's turning people away. Last year and the year before. Well, I had not been there for 2 years when I came this summer, and before they would just mow the lawn, so the grass would be short. We would see everywhere around the island. Now it's really, you just have all of these high herbs that are just there all around. So I guess it's maybe keeping some people away, because there's definitely a lot less people this year going there. I used to see a lot of little families with, making barbecues and stuff like that. I haven't seen any of that this year. And, the high grass removes a lot of the space where families would, gather and put their little barbecue also. So that also accounts for maybe why there's less people there. Master Players, Radio and Television, nice to have you on board. Bobby Burgess, WA5107 SWL, Morgan City, Louisiana. Oleg, nice to have you here from Israel. Hearing Odd Station Radio Love, Warbler at 9500 kilohertz. Depending on where we are around the world, there's a lot of things that we can hear in certain parts of the world that are way, inaccessible at other parts. So this is where using Kiwi SDRs is kind of fun, because you can tune some of them in certain regions of the world. I do that sometimes to tune around and see what's on the bands on different places around the world, which is so different, especially, Europe and even Asia. It's just crazy when you look at the amount of signals there compared to North America, for example. Mike B, nice to have you here from Colorado. Sorry, from Colorado. Jean Arrache, salut, bienvenue de Saint-Hyacinthe. Nice to have you here from Saint-Hyacinthe, Quebec. I'm waiting for my beer to unfreeze because I forgot it in the freezer because it was too warm. So it's like iced on the outside. I'm just waiting for the ice to melt, because if I open it now, I'm just going to do a big mess. Nick Amando, nice to have you here from Romania. Andy New, nice to have you on board from Bristol, UK. I got a little bit of issue with my voice. Sorry. M7CUN from the UK, nice to have you here. Rob's Radio Channel, nice to have you on board. And no problem. It happens. Life gets in the way sometimes of our hobby. Nice to have you on board, Rob. Robert Varner, nice to have you here from New Jersey, KC2TEL. Before we continue, I forgot to do the little promotion thing here. If you like what I do, don't forget that there's this super chat with that little dollar bill where you can actually give me a little something. There's something called stickers or whatever that also give me money if you take some of those stickers stuff. And of course, the pizza fund, which will be interesting because I got a, I got a, for some reason, I feel like getting Pizza Hut tonight. I haven't had Pizza Hut in ages, and I thought it'd be different from, standard pizza place that I always have pizza from. So, Pizza Fund through PayPal. Also, Paul the Cat treats if you want through PayPal. I'm supposed to receive some stuff if the doorbell rings. It's cat food. It's not radios. It's cat food that I'm receiving. So don't hesitate to give a little something to help out. It really much appreciated. It helps a lot. Really, really helps a lot. So please, both emails on PayPal work, by the way. The email that I just posted, which is a Yahoo email, but if you send it through the official Shortwave Radio Gmail on PayPal, it goes to the same account. So it works with both emails if you want to send something through PayPal. So thank you so much. Blogger Die, thank you so much. I saw your donation come through a few minutes ago. So this is much appreciated. Blogger Die says, greetings to Hall from Central Virginia, where the neighborhood band is performing next door. Texan PL 330 and Codasend DX 286. Put a vintage GE Walkman style AM/FM cassette player. Cool. SWL Signals 23, nice to have you on board from Florida. Mike Hill, nice to have you here from Northwest Arkansas. Bert, WF7I Homebrew, nice to have you on board from West Central Virginia, a little west from Blogger Die, presumably. I did another Summits on the Air peak yesterday, a little house mountain with 1 watt from my 25-year-old home-built small Wonder CW 20-meter rig. That's cool. That's cool. Operated a vertical telescoping whip antenna on a mini tripod. Got into Europe again. Wow, this is cool. Just 1 watt. Just shows you, man, when your setup is good enough, how very little power is needed to get into another country and another continent. It's just crazy. It's like listening to the 10-meter beacons. I like that for that. They're all very low powered in general. And when conditions are good, 10-meter beacons, there's so many of them that you just tune very, very slowly and identify. And it's a good way also to slowly learn and brush up on Morse code, CW. So really, really cool. RJDA Dakota, nice to have you here from Wentzville, Missouri, WA0113SWL. We have, Bert WF7 Homebrew says plan on doing 2 more easy ones tomorrow also. So this is going to be cool. Don Royal, nice to have you here. WA7330SWL from Sun City, Arizona. We have, Bert says it's great weather outside. So here's beautiful. It's a little cool, but I would, even at this temperature, like, mid 60s, I would, you just bring something warm, a warm jacket, and I could see myself still doing a little bit of Perry Island the expedition stuff, honestly. Andy New, nice to have you here. So just seen another view of the new AM and volt multi-chip radio. Suffice to say, I won't be buying one. So did you see anything that was not interesting on it with the video or so? Abhishek, nice to have you on board from India. Welcome aboard. Nice to have you here. Bob's Radio Channel, I bet I missed the Zoom. So like I was saying, the Zoom is next week, Sunday the 28th. So that's when the next Zoom is going to be. I will be posting the links and getting all the links up on the Facebook group, and make sure that everybody next week on Saturday, I'll have the links also shared here. I completely forgot. I wanted to have them yesterday. Robert Edwards, nice to have you here from California. Brian Penny, nice to have you on board from Cape Cod, Massachusetts. Bert says, I'd agree, Shell. Propagation was great. French station was so loud, it was hurting my ears when I was on that summit. Terrence, nice to have you here. KD2ANN from New Jersey. Rob's radio channel, Shell, I can only be able to watch you on my phone unless my laptop doesn't start playing up. That's why I'm building a new computer. So hope it works great and you have success with that. Next we have Andy New has 22477.5 coming in well on local SDR. Kevin, nice to have you here. Happy Saturday. I'm doing great. Robert Rose, nice to have you here from Bristol, Virginia. And Black and I sitting here basking in my wonderfulness. That's great. Have a wonderful time. Rob's radio channel, I must get a Dexter listen to shortwave for my new computer. Have you heard of Intel Core Ultra 9 processors? That's what I'm getting. Yeah, they're great. They're great. They're great chips, and you'll have a great computer with all of that, for sure. Oleg, speaking of question, I wonder if you powerful antenna can a station from low frequency with strong signal can interrupt high frequency. Well, there are several things that can interfere with anything you're listening to on radios. And it all depends on the radios that you have. For example, this one is the Yaesu FTDX10. This is a high-end receiver, so it is pretty immune to anything that would try to interfere with it. But on portable radios, for example, it is very common that a signal on another frequency, for example, on a lower frequency, would, if it's strong enough, could desensitize a receiver because it's overloading it too much. And that would interfere with anything you would listen to on higher frequencies. There could be breakthrough of stations. For example, stations in medium wave that are very, very powerful could interfere sometimes with your shortwave listening, depending on the quality of the construction of the radio. And that is something that also can happen. So there are several things. There are images that could break through. There could be harmonics from a lower frequency. Common occurrence on radio is you have a powerful signal on medium wave, say 700 kilohertz, and it's so powerful that you hear, for example, it's harmonics on multiples. So 700, you could hear it maybe on 1400, and you can hear it on 2100 and 2800. All the multiples of the frequency, depending on how well the station is maintained and how powerful and close to you it is too. So there are definitely some signals that could interfere from lower frequencies into the higher HF bands. And the reverse is true. Anything on the higher frequencies that's too powerful could break through on some other frequencies anywhere else on the spectrum. Once again, all depending on the radio itself. An example that I had on Perry Island from 2 weeks ago, I don't have the radio here. I did bring my Seawood on D808. And I noticed that for most of my listening, it was better to listen just with a telescopic antenna rather than put the reel-in antenna that was into a tree. Because once I would put that, the extra length of the antenna, of the wire, started making the radio overload. And I would hear other stations at the same time as the station I was listening to mixed in together. So I most of my listening that afternoon, I actually just used the telescopic, which was fine. So it shows you that the D808 has a hard time with a lot of the powerful signals when you have a lot of shortwave stations. So, and you know, portables are portables. They are made and designed primarily to be used with the telescopic antenna on the radio, which means they've pushed the sensitivity to the maximum that they can. And also, that means that, yeah, if you put an extra length of wire, if you extend that antenna, sometimes you get good results. Sometimes not so good because the extra antenna brings in too many strong signals to the receiver and it just can't cope with it. The good news is you're not going to break the radio. Sometimes people ask me that question is, you know, if it overloads because I put an antenna that's too long, can it break my radio? It won't break your radio. It's just an artifact and a mixing product within the electronics that just can't cope with the fact that there's too many strong signals together. But once you just remove that antenna, your radio is going to work fine. It's just that some radios have a harder time with that than others. Not all portables are equal on that. Some are better than others also, and coping with strong signals. This is where we start talking about, you know, higher end radios when you get serious on DXing, because higher end radios like tabletops tend to have better electronics. They can cope with that. They can actually work in conditions that are extreme where a portable might not. But for the most part, you know, these portables today are amazing radios. Kevin says, smash the like and subscribe button. Yes, please. Fred Water, nice to have you on board. Dwayne, nice to have you on board from Tennessee. Baya Perry, nice to have you here from Sherbrooke, Quebec. Always nice to have you here. So it's really a question of it's really a question of the receiver itself, and of course, you know, the antenna. If you have a very long wire antenna, for example, it makes it more difficult to on some radios. So it's a mix of both the antenna you're using and the radio itself, what radio you're using. VT Radio, Paul, nice to have you here. AA1SU in Northern Vermont. And yeah, 10 meters was open. There was actually, an hour before, Sheldon sent me an email. There was a station from Namibia on SSB Voice on 28363 coming in really, really loud. Unfortunately, when I turned on the Yaesu to see if I could make a contact, it stopped transmitting. So I wasn't not able to make a contact because of that. Mike WX15, I say I have you here. Kevin says I've been using the new AirPod translation feature on iOS update to listen to for stations languages. I don't understand. There's a delay, but it's been really awesome. Yeah, this is cool. These are cool new features that, you know, they will open up the world of listening to other broadcasts that we might not usually because we don't understand the language. Jasmine, nice to have you here from sunny Seattle. Old Radios says, will I get radios this week? Hopefully you are. My WX50 disconnected is at only 30 due to lots of lightning. What else do we have? No, my WX50. Last time I was in Bristol. Okay. Old radios, sadly, both got issues and don't play the radio. I got ripped off. Yeah, you got to be careful when you buy online. You got to be careful. One of the first things that I always check is when they say not tested, it equals it doesn't work. I mean, how difficult is it to test a radio? When they say not tested, it equals broken. It's always like that. Sometimes, you know, it could be something really simple. For example, I got a scanner radio, a Uniden scanner here. I got it for like $15 plus, I don't know, 5 bucks or $10 shipping, and so which was $25, and it's a Uniden scanner. I need to take it out at some point. So you need a Uniden scanner that probably cost a couple of hundred. The guy just said it doesn't work. It doesn't do anything. And I bought it anyway because I thought, well, sometimes when it doesn't do anything at all is actually some of the simplest fixes. And it was that when I opened it up in the battery compartment, one of the wires got loose. I just soldered the wire back in the battery compartment and put batteries in. The radio works fine. So, I got a great deal. But you're taking a chance. It could maybe not work because they ain't going to tell you that they dropped it or that, something happened to it because they experimented on it and now it's really dead. So, Jasmine says most of the dog parks here have high grass like that. Yeah, here it's new in Montreal, Jasmine, that we have that. They used to mow the lawn everywhere. Now a lot of parks, they just leave the grass like that. They say, they put like this little panel that says, oh, we leave the grass growing real high because it prevents certain types of bad weeds from, getting in, and it also makes the grass stronger and blah blah blah. And I always joke around saying, yeah, it's just because you want to save money and you don't want to mow the lawn anymore. But a lot of parks, the park when I do my, I didn't do any this year yet, which I should. When I do my walk in the park videos from the park real close to me, one of they it's the same thing. Half of the park has very high grass now, which wasn't the case a couple of years ago. Kevin, nice to have you on board. WS2H, welcome aboard, and thank you for the donation, by the way, from St. Pete, Florida. Today was Free Museum Day. Spent time at the Dali Museum. Good time. Cool. That's always cool. And we have we here in Montreal, we have one or twice a year we have Free Museum Day. But you know what? I hate because usually when there's Free Museum Day, there's so many people. So often I tell my friends, I say, I'd rather pay to go to the museum and be quiet than going to a day where it's free and there's just too many people around. But hey, it's fun, I used to go to the museums regularly when my sister was alive. My sister that died of cancer in 2011. She was the one that would like come over to Montreal and say, "Hey, let's go visit a museum." Especially if there was any museum that had something to do with Egypt and Egyptians and all sorts of things like that. That was for sure something we'd go see. VT Radio, are you having the drought that we're having? Yeah, it's very dry here. The grass actually here is almost all yellow. We've really not had a lot of rain. We've had, it's been one of the driest summers in a long time, actually. We didn't really have much rain over all of the summer. And it shows, and actually it even shows with our Hydro-Quebec. Apparently up north, where the big reservoirs are, there hasn't been any rain, and add to that last winter the snow cover wasn't that big, so they are actually trying to conserve energy as much as possible to have all of the reservoirs kind of fill up with water, because the water levels are apparently at record lows. So we've been, actually, Hydro-Quebec's been buying electricity from Ontario and from U.S. states, so that they don't have to use the water in the reservoirs, and that the water level slowly, gradually gets back to a kind of a safe level. But it's been extremely dry. But what's interesting is it's been very dry, which usually equals amazing forest fires. And although in Canada there was a huge amount of forest fires this year, especially in Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, here in Quebec, the forest fire this year, forest fires, has not been much of a problem, even though it was extremely dry. And I don't know how many times they issued warnings that making outdoor fires was banned. You couldn't do any outdoor fires because of the risk of starting a forest fire of some sort. But it's very dry, definitely very, very dry. And this, I mean, we're September 20th. We have pretty much almost no rain this month. I don't remember when it rained, and when it rained like, maybe an hour and it was over, and it was not just a little drizzle or something. So definitely, yep, very dry right now. WF7I Homebrew, I get lots of conversation from hikers when I'm setting up on a 15-foot telescoping rod with radials going anywhere. One guy was a ham and did satellite projects in college and thought summits on the air was cool. Yeah, absolutely, it is. It is, definitely. It's interesting because I think this is the year I had the most conversations setting up with old guys passing by and looking at my radios, and they all like, oh, shortwave, that's shortwave radio, right? Oh, you put a wire in a tree to get more signals. And I mean, the last guy last week that I talked to, he just was like, oh, do you still have number stations? And he knew his stuff. He had done radio a long time ago. He's not done radio in a very long time, but he had a good knowledge of what was there. You could see that when he listened to a lot of stuff on shortwave. Old radio says one was an Ethon Travelmaster 3. I assume had some sort of liquid damage. Getting no audio and a garbled up screen. Yeah, that's no good. One was a transistor radio with bad transistor because I get a high-pitched squeal and not the radio. So that's where you should slowly learn the basics of electronics to play in the radio and learn how to maybe fix it and repair it yourself, like Mr. Carson's Lab, which I love. I love watching that guy open a radio and start, testing it and repairing it and so on. Pretty cool. What else do we have? So, Joseph, nice to have you on board from California. Steve Burnham, nice to have you here from Central Pennsylvania. Jerry Hart from Niagara Falls, New York. Thank you so much. Nice to have you here. And Joseph says, what's up, everyone? San Francisco Bay, tuning the bands with the Texan PL680 and MLA 30 and my Bearcat scanner. Cool. Kevin says, any new communication receiver on the horizon? And have some pizza. Thank you so much for the donation, Kevin. So right now, I don't have anything I'm looking at specifically that I might want to get. I will be looking at what else. I am now studying. This is the proper wording. Studying my Retevis A3 that I will be talking about and making a lot of videos in the coming week. because this thing is a very complex device. It's a quad band transceiver, 10, 6, there was 10, 6, 2 meters and 70 centimeters amateur radio rig, and a wideband receiver from 100 kilohertz all the way to 1 gigahertz, and that includes listening to shortwave on it. So I'm in study mode before I talk about it, because it's just so complex to operate and to know all the menus and going through the menus, and the manual isn't that great. It's more of a, well, this does that. All right, but okay, can you explain further the different settings? What exactly does it mean? And they don't seem to have any. I'm trying to find a PDF, a complete PDF manual that would explain a lot more what the radio does. So, Yeah, Bird WS7I Homebrew. Well, my craving for Pizza Hut is more like, I don't know, it's like Kentucky Fried Chicken. It's like a once a year thing. It just gets to you, and it's like, yeah, okay, I feel like that today. And then you eat it, and then you're like, okay, next year. Next time will be next year. 54 cal, any update on your MLA30? It says it says that it is kind of back order or something. I actually clicked on the refund button on Amazon. We'll be doing another. I'm gonna buy it on eBay. I think I'm gonna go on eBay and buy it from there and see where. I'm tired of I don't know. I'll be getting it from somewhere else. It's either that or, like somebody mentioned last week, is, well, you got the expensive W6LVP loop, which I'm not using. How about setting that up there in the front balcony and, using that? But I'd like to have one and have a seller from who I can, we can probably trust, because I would share it with everybody that wants to buy an MLA30. So I'll be looking at that again. It's kind of, I find it so complicated for some reason. Chuck Schreiber, nice to have you here from South Texas and 5KVO. Robert Fletcher, nice to have you here from New Hampshire. Alex says I barely can catch Voice of Korea, if at all, but with my new antenna home setup, I listen to a few much cleaner signals. Yeah, and Voice of Korea, I suspect, is not using a lot of power. I think they're saving on energy, and their power isn't what they say it is. It's, they're supposed to be 100 kilowatts on a lot of the broadcasts. I don't think they are. I think they're much lower level. I heard Voice of Korea, North Korea, yesterday morning around 15 UTC on 11710 here. I heard the national anthem and everything, but it wasn't very, very strong. And I remember that frequency is, it used to come in so well that you it was like a daily thing for me. It was like every day I could hear Voice of Korea. So I think it shows that they're just, it's just, not as powerful as it used to be. So it makes it more difficult to get now. WF7I Homebrew says, I'm loving soda because it pushes you to a super minimalist operation. You can do a lot with a 10-pound pack. Good CW practice also. One thing that I am looking forward with that Retevis A3 transceiver is making 10-meter contacts. with just a little portable like this, and it's going to be QRP. Definitely, I will need a better antenna than what they gave with the radio. But I'd like to kind of just take that little portable when 10 meters is open real good and go in the park, maybe set up a little antenna and or some 10-meter antenna of portable that I could bring with me, and then make contacts. Try to make contacts. From what I understand, it does only FM mode, so 10 meters FM with that little portable somewhere in the park. I think it'd be kind of cool to try it out. 57 Steve DX, nice to have you on board from Southeast Georgia. Rick Myers, KO4 OSA, nice to have you on board from Central Florida. And no storms last few days. Oleg, also, I heard something very odd all week. Radio Exterior España at 15,520 around 08 UTC. A pre-recorded of nostalgia music for 1 or 2 hours almost every day. So, yeah, they do have music shows, I believe, on Radio Exterior España. Rick Myers, his propagation has been good here too. Oh yeah, definitely been amazing. Talking of propagation, let's get ready. The first one is a low frequency, but I think it goes higher in frequency after that. M12 Morse code CW number station from Moscow, Russia. I don't know if we're gonna get that. 9287. So. So 9287. We're going to see if we hear M12 Morse code number station coming from Moscow, Russia. Lots of talk again this week with UVB76, the buzzer, having a lot of voice comms. And it's interesting because it goes with the fact that Russian fighter jets going over Estonia, and of course the drones that went over the Poland territory. So, and the new M-Volt multi-chip, too many affordable, and airband totally useless. Okay, that's interesting. So it doesn't seem to be that great of a radio. Bob's radio channel I haven't been on. Okay. Kenneth, KW1161. Nice to have you on board from Tucson, Arizona. And yeah, exotic Perry Island. Very exotic. Very exotic. Southern Airman. It does sound exotic though when people are like, oh, you went to Perry Island. Where's that? Hey, it's just a little bit of island to the northwest of the island of Montreal. Nothing fancy. Southern Airman, nice to have you here. Video radio, I'm only seeing my own post now. I'm going to refresh. Yeah, there must be some glitch with the chat. Ryan Animal, nice to have you here from Toronto. And now video radio can see everybody. Old radios. Ethon powers up, but all I get is a faint hiss from the speaker, and the display has a mind of its own. Yeah, so if you get a hiss or a faint hiss, I would guess the amplifier is working. It's just the radio part might not. Anders Gustafsson, nice to have you here. SH5LLA from Sweden, welcome aboard, my friend. Blogger says, I don't see a local DX switch on the D808, but those orange labels on gray are hard to read. Yeah, from what I understand, there isn't a local DX switch capability on the D808. And yes, you are right, the orange labels on the gray is difficult to read. That was one of the first things that I noticed. It's like the it's like the Texan PL368 when I got it in orange. Try reading the white letters on the orange background. I would rather have black letters on the orange black background because it's kind of hard to read. So these were a little bit like that. Do I have a county com here? I'm just curious to see. The county com had, which is gray. I don't have one here. Which is gray. Has I think that one too is it's a little hard to read. What else do we have? Kenneth is looking for vacuum tubes to build his computer. Looking for one of those Intel vacuum tubes. So, whatever works, Oleg. Whatever works, that's the important thing for an antenna. And try to avoid noise around you, too. So, Oh, you didn't buy them online? About 2 ton in a vintage Windsor at local sale for $30. All right. That's like some garage sales and stuff, I guess. Yeah, that also, Jasmine, probably helps prevent soil erosion, I would guess. It's just that, it's not like it used to be. Oh, we're going to hear it. I just heard a tone on 9287. I just heard a tone. So I will definitely be hearing M12 in a few minutes, which is the a Russian number station coming out of St. Petersburg, Russia. Brian Vandenheimer, nice to have you on board. Let everyone know I have thousands of tubes and I test them on my testers. Cheap plus shipping, literally thousands. So hey, you guys, if you're looking for tubes, Brian has tubes. Two Broke Tim, nice to have you here. I wanted to answer back the day that you actually sent me the message saying, success, I finally got it working. So I got a hell of a week with caregiving duties. I've been at the hospital so many times this week to visit my friend that has cancer and all of that. But I was thinking of you, to Brook Tim. But when I saw that you had succeeded in downloading the software, I was like, oh yeah. But yeah, there is a learning curve. So you've got SDR Connect software. Maybe I should, that is actually a great occasion for me to maybe start making, I don't think I have done any SDR Connect videos yet. Maybe it's a great time to start with my own SDR, making videos of SDR Connect and some of the key features of the software to know that are important to understand, to have it working. And that would help you and help a lot of others at the same time. So I need to sit down on my butt and create those. I think that should be maybe a priority this week if I have some time for that, which I will try to have because I haven't made a lot of videos on the Shortwave channel lately, and I really need to come back with a lot more. So I'll try to make some this week that, and if you have any specifics, you can send me an email. By the way, that would help me a lot. If you want to send me an email, Tim, with I don't understand this, or what does that do, or whatever, or any problems, that will guide me into, making videos of different things that you'd like to know, which will help others also at the same time. So don't hesitate to make a list and just send it to me. And as I have had time, I'll make videos on that on the Shortwave channel. So, but I'm glad that you got it working, and this is cool. So this is cool. RJ Dakota, my listening area was recently disassembled because of siding and construction. I want to listen to radio, I have to go away from my house. Yeah, that's more complicated. So, you know. Let's just say, Atari, if you tune with the tuning knob a lot, and that's your main way of tuning around the bands, I would put a little more money and go into one of the radios that does not mute. Either get yourself, you can still get yourself in Texan PL680. The Texan PL680 is, good old style PLL analog. No muting on that. So that would be a good one. Or go to the, Texan PL880 or 990, which are a little more expensive, but no muting. Because if the tuning knob, if you're using the tuning knob all the time to tune, the D808 and is going to drive you crazy. You're not going to enjoy that. It's not something you're going to have fun with. So, personal suggestion. Tristan, nice to have you here from Newfoundland, Canada. Logadai says, I used to have grounded aluminum siding on my house. I guess it was a Faraday cage. Yeah, kind of. But if you tune with the tuning knob, Tori, it's better to have the PL880. If you use the tuning knob, PL880 all the way. RJ Dakota says, I would love to be able to listen to from inside my house too much noise. This is what a lot of us have as a problem. I'm lucky in some way because with the antenna outdoor and even, when we compare ourselves, we kind of feel happy sometimes. I notice that I have a lot of noise, but it's not as bad as a lot of people. So I still hear stuff. So I'm lucky with that here in my office. But I definitely would like to just, sit down on the living room couch with a portable and listen, which is impossible. Something that we really would have had fun with, So, you should hear M12, Moscow, St. Petersburg, Russia, a Russian number station in a few seconds. Yeah, here it is. 9287 CW. It's not super strong, but it's there. (9287). There'll be other frequencies coming up for that might be better, actually. And we're just starting now, 21 hours Universal Time. And let's check it out. The next, in 20 minutes, I'll be at 10768. But actually, I expect that to be maybe even a little better. London 19657. Nice to have you on board. Yeah, Tori, for the D808, you have to press frequency button and then enter the frequency. And depending if the frequency, sometimes you have to hit it again to make sure that it registers or not. Michael, nice to have you on board from northern New Jersey, 74 sunny. And a beverage of choice, tea, and a decent radio. That's great. That's great. All radios are terrible with a soldering iron. It will end up more broken than before. Well, that's the best thing that you can do is to brush up with soldering. You know, you should buy. You know what you should do? Old radios. Buy yourself. There's a Lenco that has these kits. An AM radio kit that I have here that I made. There's an AM FM radio kit, and this will help you slowly learn. Slowly learn how to solder better. They are great for that, and that will help you with fixing radios. Because if you like buying old radios, so buying old radios and learning to fix them yourself, it kind of goes hand in hand. Especially if you don't want to spend an enormous amount of money paying somebody else to do it for you. So I would buy one of those Elenco radios, and you build it and slowly brush up on soldering better, so that you can fix the ones you have. And there's something cool about it too. If you build your own radio or you fix your own radios, there's a cool. It's something cool. You'll be happy also at the same time. Jean-Arash, if it is old radios, you can open them, test and repair them. But not sure about today's radios. No, today's radios, forget that. Today's radios, I would not touch. I mean, I would not open my Yaesu FTDX10 and start playing with it. Just looking at it. I saw videos where they show the circuit board on, and I'm like, yeah, no, I'm not going there. That's for sure. Older receivers are better. They're spaced out a little more. Things are not as close together. Another thing you got to deal with today's radios is, surface mount components, which are kind of, you gotta be almost a doctor to fix them. It's like you're going to be in surgery. Oh yeah, Mr. Carlson's lab is just amazing to watch. I could watch. This is how geeky we are sometimes. I could watch Mr. Carlson's lab. I actually did it one afternoon. It was like raining outside, and it was kind of, one of those days where you don't have a lot of stuff to do. So I was in the living room, and I was like, oh, I'm gonna put the big screen TV on Mr. Carlson's lab videos. And I let them play one next to the other of fixing radios and fixing power supplies and fixing old TVs that he found somewhere. And I was like, oh, this is so cool. Another one that I watch is, I'm trying to find his name. Forgot his name, but the guy fixes old computers. And the guy had a series of fixing Commodore 64s, Commodore VIC-20s, and Commodore 128s that he found or were given to him in non-working order. And it's like, I just leave that there and watch that. It's like, why watch a sitcom? I'm watching that and I'm enjoying myself like crazy. This is really being geeky here. RJ Dakota, Mr. Carson Lab, or Shango 066 have disassembly videos about radio. Shango 066 has some interesting videos about AM stereo as well. There's so much stuff, on YouTube with things like that are so amazing. When I fixed my fridge, one of the key problems in a lot of the things that we have is, how the hell do I disassemble something that doesn't seem to have screws anywhere? You look at it and you're like, how does that come, how do I take that apart? And I changed the fan that it makes the air exchange within the fridge. That was the only problem. The fan had gone bad. But you have to know how to disassemble your fridge before you get to the fan. And I was like, how the hell And so he shows you, says, oh, look at that. There's four little, you'll see four little round things in the corners. You got to just take them off, and there's screws behind them. And it's like every little aspect. Oh, don't forget that when you pull it off, there's going to be another part that's going to come with it. Be careful not to, go too fast because you're going to break it. And it's like, wow, okay. And I mean, the problem was not changing the fan. The real problem was disassemble and then putting it back together, like putting all the stuff together. I still remember, I think I have one screw that I don't know where it went, that I couldn't find where it goes. But, one screw isn't too bad. It's when you have a handful of screws, you're like, yeah, okay, well, it works. WF7i Homebrew. Yeah, there's 8-bit guy did it, but there's another guy also that does it, and he did many different old computers also. But yes, 8-bit guy, I know. I watched that guy a lot too. So what else do we have? So, okay, Bert says, Pizza Hut, same. I may eat there more than once a year, but not much more. The only time that I used to go to Pizza Hut more often, Bert, is when they had the pizza buffet at noon. I was working in a place which was not far from a Pizza Hut. So when dinner time arrived, it was like, it was a cheap, it was like, I don't know, $11.99 or something. And you'd eat all the pizza you want and, get, I think it included soft drinks. Or if it didn't, I think it's like you buy your soft drink and you fill it up as much as you want. So I would go there and eat pizza more often because I like the buffet. One thing I noticed about Pizza Hut is also that the pizza is so much better when you eat it there where you are in the restaurant than when you actually order it. I for some reason the freshness, the fact that it's right here now out of the oven is way better than having it put stuffed in a box and sent to you. RJ Dakota had Voice of Turkey very clear yesterday. Cool. The Vidhead, nice to have you here from Los Angeles. RJ Dakota, seldom's here, Voice of Korea. Yeah, it's harder to hear today than it used to. BT Radio, Lake Champlain is down to 93.14 feet above sea level. Looks really weird driving across the sandbar. Yeah, well, when I go to Perry Island, when I go to Perry Island, and when I went to also to Parc Belle-Rive on the east, where it's the St. Lawrence River, I've never seen that I could go so far on the shore before the river, before the St. Lawrence River. I've never seen that. And when I go, there's another park that I go to where there's a Hydro-Quebec dam. And one of the parts of the river, the rocks were all out of the water to a point where I could have crossed from Montreal to Laval on the other side of the river by walking on the rocks, which is something that I haven't seen very often. I've seen that once when I was a teenager, and I have not seen that in a long time. It's crazy. Toast and Loaf, nice to have you here from Alabama. WF7i, isn't there a Retevis that does SSBCW on 10? So here's the thing. WF7i Homebrew, from what I understand, it receives in single sideband CW everywhere, but in transmit, it is only FM mode. which is a big bummer because I had, like you, associated the fact that it was all mode with, oh, I'll do 10 meters SSB or even 6 meters SSB or CW or whatever. And I have they gave me the cable, which is right here, by the way, which is the cable that comes with the radio to program and to, I believe, maybe update firmware. So this is what they give you. So I thought, oh, I could interface and do FT8. No, it seems that nothing of that is possible with it. What is interesting is it doesn't say no, it says disabled. So if I'm on SSB or AM mode on 10 meters and I press to transmit, the display says disabled. Well, does that mean it could be enabled somehow? So I need to, I don't know. I'm going to write to them also with a lot of questions because I have questions. And it's not clear. And right now what I understand is it does only FM on all the bands. So that's something. Kenneth, check out the 10-meter repeaters in your area. Yeah, that's the thing that I will do and check out for sure. Jean Arash, the mode is CW 9287 Morse code or 9286 upper sideband, but it is CW. So the next one, 10768 is the next one. Let's go here. So 10768, that's at 2120. 6 minutes from now. We'll see what we hear. I would think it would come in maybe stronger on that frequency. So, yeah, what I have is the Retevis A3 quad band, Bert. TVDXer, salut. J'espère que ça va bien. Nice to have you on board. See you next week. Tosalov, I'm hearing some 70 centimeter traffic from the space station on 437.8. That's the repeater, the amateur radio repeater. Oh, hear that tone? That's the test. I'm gonna hear the M12 Morse code. Vidhead, I'm looking for a new radio. What would you recommend? Texan S2200X, PL990, H501. If you are to buy one of the three that you just mentioned, go to the S2200X directly and forget the PL990 and H501. The S2200X is superior, has airband, and is a way better radio than the two others. Even in SSB, it is better in the higher frequencies. And 990 and H501 have a tendency to have a flutter and a single sideband on the higher bands. Although the S2200X does have that flutter, it is much improved. So it's there, but you're going to listen to single sideband even on 10 meters with it. Where on the 990 H501X, if you go on 10 meters, it's kind of difficult to identify anything. VT Radio, was it FLDG that you were using last month to decode pictures from a shortwave station? Yes, it was FLDG for the shortwave radiogram. It was in MFSK 32 mode, I believe. But yep, FLDG was what I was hearing, using. Sorry. So I will let's just check here. Shortwave radiogram. I believe it's coming up soon. Maybe we could check it out. I know that shortwave radiogram. Okay, here we go. So the broadcast is, let me just schedule. Saturday. Okay, it's 23 UT. So if we can remember that, because we should be live at 23 UT today, in a little less than 2 hours from now. I would guess we're still going to be live. 9455 kilohertz. I'm going to fire up the PC here, and we're going to do that. And I'll explain the guidelines of how it works. Well, I feel like Brother Stairs a pirate radio, also on 11600 for some reason. Jeff K, nice to have you here from New Jersey, N2ZNN. Did you ever do any more Windows video? I do Windows videos all the time, every day, almost every day of the week. Rob. Jeff K, walking dog. Random Radio, nice to have you on board. 599 in the South UK. VT Radio, Earringham 12 and 9287 weekly. Jim's Radio Check, nice to have you here. Different Gear TV, every Saturday. Have anyone tried the Lee Gianni RD 239? I think Blogger Die, didn't Blogger Die have one? I know somebody had one. Jasmine, speaking of soldering, I learned how to surface mount solder this week. Very useful for building small mesh repeaters. Yeah, it's a skill that's nice to have when you want to build stuff and learn to handle how to do it and go slowly. Tristan. Yeah, I say solder, but it's solder. You guys say solder. There's also, you got to remember that there's also a Canada, US. It's like Z or Z. The letter Z or the letter Z, and there are a few things like that. But I know it's solder. Jasmine, usually when I hear it, I like solder better. Tristan, I'm thinking hard about getting the RSP-1B in the new year and would love to have some SDR Connect videos to reference. So yeah, I know that would help a lot of people. Tosalov hearing a lot of FT8 on 10 meters. Yeah, this is going to be good now for the next... Here we go. As we go into winter. So we hear the M12 on 10768 from St. Petersburg, Russia. So this is a spy number station that you're hearing in the background. They'll be back in case of traffic on 12198. That's going to be interesting. Old Radio says, I need a kit and a better temper when things go wrong. Yeah, you got to go slowly. Maybe it's also something that will kind of help you just, learn to relax more. Old Radios. Jasmine says, I find surface mount soldering relaxing. Oh yeah, Blackguard Eye. Circuitry was way bigger back then. It was much easier to fix. Definitely. Definitely. RJ Dakota, today's radios and radio and TV equipment are all assembled by machines. Absolutely. One is in China, another in California. Some Mitsubishis and MGAs are assembled in Alabama. Oh yeah, today it's machines. Really just machines. A lot of stuff today is meant to be just thrown away. I can tell you that. Well, the VT radio, my fridge was about 8 years old when the fan broke down, and I thought, come on, 8 years isn't that long for a fridge. It's a Maytag, and that's where I learned that everything is Whirlpool. Everything is Whirlpool. Whatever you buy in a brand, of course, except Samsung and stuff like that, most of the big brands that are the known names, a Maytag and Inglis and whatever, they're all the same freaking. It's one big company making everything. And when I checked it out and I saw a video on YouTube, I was like, yeah, I'm going to fix it. And the video was about fixing that freaking fan, which seemed to be a big problem. And I called up a place here. First I called a repair guy that said, yeah, I can fix your fridge. It's, this and this and that. And I was like, okay, well, it's going to cost me like $400 to get a $700 fridge fixed. Which in my head was like, just buy another freaking fridge. But then I started looking and it was like, oh, I can do it myself. The fan, $39.99. So all it took was my time and $40 in a fan, and I fixed my fridge. And so it was 8 years old. Now it's about 14 years old. Still going with the same fan that I changed. Cheap, $40. Do it yourself. Bert W7IO Brew, NorCal 40A QRP-CW rig is its successor, like my Small Wonder used to through-hole components. Silvidos are getting harder to source, easy to repair and modify though. Vidhead, does anyone know about a Malahide DSP2 looking around? Well, a lot of... I think it's that. Matt Clapton, thank you so much. I think it's Adrian's Digital Basement. I think you're right. That's what I was looking for. From what I hear, a lot of people that have it like it. The Malahide DSP2. Bob H. Rico, nice to have you on board from New York. Well, pretty much very happy to have you here. Blogger I built a Lafayette KT340 when I was in high school. Kept blowing fuses, so I put a heavy piece of wire in place of the fuse. Turned it back on, something popped, and it worked just fine afterwards. I remember my first ever kit that I built was a Radio Shack had a little portable transistor radio as a kit. And my father bought that for me at Christmas. And I'd guess we're 1983, 4, around there. And I was like, wow, this is so cool. It was an AM only radio, if I remember. And it was my first kit. And boy, I wore out that radio. It's like having a radio that I built myself somehow was just so much cooler than something that's already, built for you. And boy, did I find that so cool. So cool to build my own little portable. Stephen Wright said the CW is coming loud and clear in the UK. Bob H. Rico listens to WBCQ. Old radios, I think I will start with replacing the motor run cap on my Akai X150D reel-to-reel deck. Bert, what a bummer on that rig. Only FM, yeah. That bummed me down, honestly. I was like, oh, come on. Come on. I would have loved, if that thing would have been also transmit SSB and all of that, oh man, that would have been my go-to portable QRP rig. Let's do stuff everywhere. But when I learned that it was just FM, I was like, okay, that's kind of a bummer. I'll say it like I'll say it. Okay, it's like that, and I gotta live with that, and I will review it with that in mind. And try not to put my, okay, I'm sad it doesn't do anything else. Still, I'm bummed down with that. Tosanov, I had forgotten I couldn't receive 10 meter FM on my PL330, but my scanner picks it up. Okay, I have a bunch of those repeater frequencies. You can use a PL330 in any shortwave radio that doesn't have FM still. Just detune by 2 kilohertz. So if you're on 29620, because the PL330 will receive that, go to 29618 or 29622. It's a little distorted, but you'll hear what they're saying. The fact that you detune a little bit by 2 or 3 kilohertz is going to enable you to understand what they're saying on the repeater, even on the PL330. But if you got a 10 meter capable scanner with FM mode, that's great. Old radios, got a Sony TC252 with a sticky pinch roller. Marvin Motz, nice to have you here from Beijing, China. Land of radio mavens. Nice to have you here. Doesn't know if I rarely hear those Morse codes. Lagadai had the KT340 50 years ago, but I have happy memories of it. And of course it had SSB. That's cool. Ray Hawksford, thank you so much for the donation. And watching from Victoria, British Columbia Airport, flying off to Munich with my radio. Cool, have fun. Have a good trip. By the way, if you like what I do, don't forget, there's the Super Chat donations like some of you are actually doing right now, which is great. And there is also the pizza fund, because tonight the pizza fund will go towards my once a year crave for Pizza Hut. And of course, Paul the Cat treats, if you want. Through PayPal. So remember that this helps a lot. It is extremely important for me to have these donations to continue on. And if you like what I do, if you enjoy what I do and you're here all the time, how about thinking of a little something? It is very, very helpful for the channel to continue. And thank you so much. Remember that everybody that donates around Christmas time, 2 Canadian International DX Club memberships will be given away at random, and a surprise. I'm starting to think what that surprise is going to be, but there's going to be a extra surprise. So 3 things are going to be given away for everybody that donates. And by the way, for those that are here, this is open for everybody. Next week on Sunday, the September 28th, we're going to have a Zoom meeting tuning the bands around. So Sunday the 28th, 20 hours Universal Time. Hope you're going to be there. And the links to that Zoom will be, the registration and all of that will be coming up tomorrow or Monday. I forgot yesterday to arrange that with Sheldon. so that I could set up the meeting. So it's coming up, and you guys could register and be there on Sunday the 28th. It will be really tuning the bands on a Zoom, which is so much different. So now the M12 is over, and in 8 minutes, if there is traffic, 12198 is the next frequency. 12198. Wow, I've got this really big tone here, which I will have to remove. From here, way in the bottom. There we go. This is where higher end radios win, when you've got things like a notch filter. So I'm used my notch. If I remove the notch, there's this annoying tone. But with the notch, I just take it out. No more annoying tone. And it will let me tune to 12198 CW if it's there in 7 minutes time. So we'll keep an ear on that for the next transmission of the spy number stations from Russia. Take care, Rob's radio channel. Stay safe. Older radios. The Ethon is a funky dial where you dial it to a time zone. Not sure how the system works, but I wouldn't know. That's interesting. Wonder if it was water or batteries going bad. Yeah. Tuberogue Tim, my other channel is a tech channel, but it's a general tech channel, which is at, just go to youtube.com and slash at WCT is where you're going to find it. Windows Computers and Technology. Yeah, here it's Katie. Absolutely. Craft dinner. Here we call it craft dinner. It used to be craft dinner, and then they just abbreviated to Katie. Absolutely. And it doesn't taste the same. It doesn't taste the same. I've tried but the U.S. Kraft mac and cheese. Oh. That tone is telling us that it's going to be there in a few minutes. Dose and Love, no 10768 ear. But have you tried 10768? Because if you don't have CW mode, you do 10767. Like now, it's 12198. So you do 12197 upper sideband if you don't have CW. SWL signals going to ask Santa for SDR player SPDX. I was thinking RSP1B, but I want to be able to use my disc cone without switching antenna cables. You'll have a great radio. The RSPDX has been updated to the new version, which it makes it a better radio. So this is going to be cool. Blogger I see these guys soldering under microscopes with hot air guns. Oh yeah, one of my friends, he's like a master of soldering. He's just amazing. I gave him my old Toshiba 50-inch TV because it had a flaw. That TV had a chip on board the TV that went bad. It was a common problem of that model that I had and several models that use the same chip. So what would happen is that the chip overheats, and at some point you're watching the TV and the screen goes blank for 2 or 3 seconds, comes back, goes blank. Every time it goes blank is because the chip overheats, and then it comes back. So I'd seen how to repair it and everything, but I was like, I wanted a bigger TV anyways. But I didn't want to throw it away, though. So I called him up and said, want to have a free 50-inch TV? I already know what's the problem. I can tell you and I'll show you the videos. And he said, yeah, I'm going to take it. And he just took the TV and he repaired it in like, a day. And I told him, I said, do what they show on the video. The video that repairs that TV, what they do is once they change the chip, they put a heat sink on it. And that fixes the problem forever. Because if you don't put a heat sink, 2-3 years in, it's going to do the same thing again. Thank you to VidHead for the donation. Much appreciated. Jay Watterson 69, nice to have you here. Paul the Cat is sleeping in the... he's got a box in the living room, and he's sleeping in his box. It shows that we're getting at cold weather. It's so funny because Paul the Cat, as last night, hopped on into bed, and the first thing he asked is, no, I'm not sleeping on the bed. I want to sleep under the covers with you. It's warmer. And this is a sure sign that, okay, temperatures are getting colder now. He wants to be hot. M-Stacks, nice to have you on board. Says, yep, my Costco Kirkland fridge is in fact a Whirlpool. Yep, everything is Whirlpool. Everything. It's just crazy. That's what I learned when I started looking at that. It was like, oh, okay, it doesn't matter, whatever. Even your washer and dryer. It's like there's Whirlpool, the big manufacturer. They just put the tag of whatever, Maytag or whatever. It's like... It's funny because when I repaired my fridge, which is a Maytag, it reminded me of... You guys remember the Maytag ads of the Maytag repair guy that was bored to death because he had nothing to do because they would never break? And I was like, well, I guess it's busy now because they all break. Random Radio. You haven't seen soldering till you have watched someone doing hand soldering to space flight spec with stereo microscopes, tiny irons, and tweezers. Oh yeah, that would not be for me. Oh man, imagine how steady your hands have to be able to do that. Learning out, Maggie. I might buy a HDT Senji and HDT 14 for Christmas. Cool. So there's that's nice. HDT or HDR 14 for the HD radio stations. Tustin Love, I really enjoy my Malachite. It's just an early version clone, I think. There we go. 12198. This one is the strongest signals, I would guess, from all of them. Propagation to Russia is amazing, actually. Really amazing. Hi, Jay Dakota. So usually electronics that owns a lot of these appliance companies. My washing machine and my dishwasher are made on the surface by competitors. The tag under both are labeled Electrolux. Hey Ricky, nice to have you on board. Ça va bien? J'espère que tu vas bien. Nice to have you here. RRT08, same thing. Freezer fan died. Maytag quit making fan. Found aftermarket one for $10. That fan made fridge not usable. Fridge works great now for the past 5 years. The fan that I have is not exactly the fit. The guy told me, are you kind of good at just like fitting stuff that's not totally made for? Because it was not the exact fan. And I said, yeah, I'm not bad at that. So I just, it was an easy fit anyways. It was not difficult to fit it in, so it works. The only thing that I was worried about is that the original fan took less power. that new fan took more milliamps. So I was like, is the circuit that's powering it, the on-off switch, you know, to make it go on and off all the time, is that going to be able to hold to the specs as that fan takes more power? And yeah, seems okay. It hasn't had any problems. Cross fingers. I don't want to buy a fridge tomorrow. Yeah, Jay Washington 69. That's you know, this is where YouTube is so amazing. All of that you can just go and check out. Oh, you can fix all the stuff you have today. It's just crazy. Lunar Maggie says, next year after my wisdom tooth surgery, I plan to buy a Sanjian ATS 909X2 and a Malahite DSB2. Oh, I'm sure. Lunar there are some great. You know, my gaming in my living room, I have a Acer gaming laptop, and you know, today there's no screws anymore. Everything is, you know, plastic clips that holds things together. And the hard drive died, and I was like, wow. Okay, now how do I open this without breaking it apart? Hey, you go on, just type your model, and hey, there's this guy showing you how to, you know, open it, and it actually even tells you the clips are here and here and here and here, and be careful at this part, and it's like, yeah, you just follow, and it's like, there you go. I just changed my my hard drive with a new SSD, and hey, reinstalled Windows. Works great. Marvin Moss, last month I received a very nice used refrigerator that is an improvement over my existing one. It is 36 years old, made by Itachi. One of the things that is amazing about old appliances, and this is where I'm amazed. When my parents purchased a new fridge, I remember when they purchased it. I was maybe 10 years old, 10 or 11 years old when we got our new fridge. So that brings us to 1979. 1979. And when my father died, my sister went, and that's, my father died last year. My sister went to the house where he was living with another woman, and she told me, she said, you know what, remember the fridge when you were young at home? I said, yeah. It's still working. They have it here in the basement. They put stuff in it. It still works. And I'm like, you're kidding me. A 1979 fridge still working in 2024. I was just like, wow, you don't get that type of, you know, of life in appliances today, for sure. I was just so amazed. I was like, I just can't believe it still works. I just can't believe it still works. That's crazy. And yep, still works, apparently. Wow. Robin Spalding, nice to have you here. N6RLS, always nice to have you on board from Berkeley, California. Yeah, RJ Dakota, exactly. YouTube videos are amazing to help help us know how to assemble, disassemble stuff. Which is, often the repair itself is not the problem. It's really, how do I take this thing apart without breaking it? Tosalov, I still haven't had to, I tried to replace it yet, but recently found a video for repairing the front end in the old DX440. Yeah, and these older radios like the DX440 are great for that because they're older receivers. They have, everything is spaced out a little more, and it's easier access. It's easier, if you want to solder some part or something. Now, Jasmine, that's your fault. Now I'm talking about solder. Jay Watterson 69. One thing I would recommend for fixing things using videos: look at multiple videos to see how different videos explain. Oh yeah, definitely. Some people explain stuff better than others. Radio Marti is on 11860, 11930. They're everywhere now. 11860, 11930, 13605. They've been back on full schedule, even weekends. Now. Kenneth. Kenneth says, if I had to tear down videos, you would know what not to tear down. RJ Dakota, Radio Marti is back in full schedule. The same schedule they had before. Daytime, it's 11860, 11930, 13605. Nighttime, 6030, 9565. They've been full schedule now. They're really back like they were before. Lunaland Maggie, P7JK, doing FTHCW and SSB. Yep, absolutely. I know there's a few stations I want to try to get. Kenneth, at my old workplace, we had one lady who could disassemble and resolder 800 pin chip in 4 hours, one pin at a time. Wow. So have a good dinner, Paul. See you later. Yeah, we're gonna do that at 23 Zulu. Check the download the stuff. Well, Blogger Die, that's what you're meant to be, a prison guard. I had a China Radio International video, and I was looking at statistics of what exactly did they show in ads. And one of them was they were showing ads of meet young Chinese women. And I was like, really? Okay. But I gotta say, I did put the check mark on. There are ads that are 18 plus. They ask you if you want to have those on or not. And I said, yeah, why not? Why not? Random Radio, nice to have you here. M12 on 12198 is 579. It's pretty good. Weinheimer, 12198, Russian CW, S3, and the British Columbia Rockies. Jeff K, good. These soldering stations aren't cheap. Yeah, that's for sure. Jasmine says pretty soon he was saying y'all. Hey y'all. I'm gonna get all that slang, from everyone in the U.S. and I'm just gonna mix it up in my English. Hey, you all, I bought a Kraft mac and cheese. So, what else do we have? Lunaud gets starting on 12198 PL330. But do tell 12197 upper sideband, Luna Loud. Oh, it just stopped, so too late. Danielson, nice to have you here. In Melbourne, there's 12198, very faint, pretty cool. You know what It's 12198, Tosanlov. 12198 was the frequency, not 12179. Or maybe you just, switched. It's getting very, very difficult to find anybody skilled enough to fix stuff today. It's if you have skills, of soldering and everything like that, you are ahead of a lot of people today. I mean, it's an old school thing that we did. I mean, I actually did a electronics course. I remember when I did my electronics course, which was very interesting, is that it shows you how students are today very, and I mean, I did my electronics course 20 years ago, and it shows you how a lot of students today are incapable of going outside the mold and doing something on their own. When I took that course, we had a circuit board with dip switches that were for learning how to. So it had all the chips, and it was like a board that would help you transition from decimal to hexadecimal to binary. So depending on the mode you'd put it in, you'd be able to translate binary into decimal and decimal into hexadecimal. And it was just, I had a blast with that board. It was just so amazing. But when I got the board, the switches, the dip switches, were way too big for the holes on the board. So it's like, okay, well, this is odd. They gave us switches that don't fit the board. And they were too big for me to drill bigger holes. It would have broken the board. So all I did is I went to my electronics store here at Addison. I went to this part, the alley where they have tons of switches. And it's like, oh, look at that. These switches are going to fit. And I bought a host of switches, put them on, and soldered them on the board. And what was interesting is when they review our work to give us a grade, he just looked at everybody and said, this guy is what you all should be. Because this guy told me the switches were too big, and this guy went and purchased smaller switches that fit the freaking holes. I was the only one that did the board. All the other guys, it was like, well, the switches didn't fit. Duh. And there was other ways to do it. I had thought, if I don't have the proper switch, I'll put I'll cut wires and put little leads that will fit the hole with, soldering after. I had tons of ideas how to do it. None of them did anything. It's like, well, I couldn't build that one. The switches are too big. I did it. If I didn't do it with the proper switches, I would have done it in another way. I would have soldered little, parts of wires on each little end, and then I would put that on the board, and that would have worked with the switches that I was given. So the guy said, the teacher just said, this is what you need to be. If you're not like him, you won't do anything in life with electronics, because you're not, responsible enough, and you don't have ideas. You can't go outside the box. And I was like, wow, okay. Why did I need a transistor? RJ, I have the same refrigerator in the late 70s. I even still still makes ice. Wow. UTV and Ham, KD9 WNV. Nice to have you here from Green Bay. WISY is it what Wisconsin. Wisconsin. I still have a hard time with a few of the states. Southern Airman. Good evening from Central Mississippi. Jasmine Logel pretty soon. I was saying y'all, yeah. Jean Arrache. It makes me think of what's her name? What's her name that died from Alice, the show Alice, that had the famous phrase, "Kiss my grits." It's kind of sad, and it brings you back to the old days of, you know, I like when I was young and my mom would watch all these shows, one day at a time, and what she watched? She watched One Day at a Time, Alice, The Jeffersons. I mean, she had tons of these things. She would watch as I was doing shortwave radio. Jean Arrache, Radio Marty back on air. Probably not the same old Radio Marty. It sounds pretty much the same right now because they haven't had time to change the programs. They haven't had time, from what I see, to redo everything. They are thinking of it, so it might, in the near future, definitely be a different Radio Marty. But for now, it sounds the same. Jeff K had an 8-month-old Samsung fridge developed a crack by the vegetable tray. He was going to put tape on it. I said, "You have tape on the crack, you're going to have to deal with my wife." No, 8 months? No, you don't do that. Come on. Jasmine, I never thought soldering would be so relaxing. I guess it's like gardening for me. Yeah, if you're a type of person that can actually relax and just take your time on everything, yeah, it is. I guess it is. Rick Myers, 10 meters FT8 is open to the world, Europe, South Atlantic, Pacific, VK, Japan. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Danielson, yep, funny we laugh how you guys up there say solder when it's spelled solder. Yep. Jasmine, there you go. Kenneth, yeah. To Broke Tim, thank you so much for the donation. Much appreciated. Jasmine learned to solder at the Seattle Dev Act Space. Most of us are in our 20s. That's good. That's really good, honestly. That is really, really good. It's a great skill to have. It's a great skill to have. So, guys, I will go check on my caregiving duties, get another beer, and we'll check out on Voice of Turkey, 11785. Voice of Turkey, 11785. I will leave you with the soothing sounds of Voice of Turkey as I go check on stuff and come back in about 2, 3, 4 minutes. And at 23 UTC, we'll be decoding the shortwave radiogram broadcast. So if you guys want to stay for that also, this is going to be kind of cool. Don't forget, you can give me, like Two Broke Tim just did, thank you so much, donations, and also pizza fund and cat treats through PayPal is also something you can do. Much appreciated. You have no idea how it helps out. And if you like this and you're entertained by this every single week, think about a little something. So, Voice of Turkey, 11785.
Covering trade, investment, and defense cooperation. Aragon expressed hopes that the meeting will help halt wars and conflicts in the region within their shared global peace vision. Trump confirmed the visit on social media, mentioning ongoing negotiations for large-scale died when warplanes bombed the Al-Mus'atim school, shocking displaced families near Gaza City. 4 members of the Juma family were killed when Israeli forces struck their home in the Al-Qasad neighborhood, while another woman died in a strike near the Jordanian hospital in the Sabra area. The attacks came as Palestine welcomed Portugal's recognition of Palestinian statehood, calling it a brave step that aligns with international law and UN resolutions. Palestinian Foreign Ministry urged other nations to follow suit, stating that recognition is vital to support international efforts for the immediate ceasefire and protection of civilians. Former New Zealand Prime Minister Jacinda Ardern wrote in The Guardian that there is a path to stopping the genocide still happening daily before us. It includes more countries recognizing Palestine and ending cooperation that facilitates military action. Meanwhile, one Palestinian was killed and others injured when Israeli forces targeted a civilian gathering within the Sevan refugee camp in capital Gaza. Trump privately raged at Netanyahu over Qatar attack. U.S. President Donald Trump privately tweeted at Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu after Israel attacked Doha earlier this month without prior consultation, according to a Wall Street Journal report. Despite Trump's strong support for Israel's Gaza campaign, he was angered that Netanyahu authorized strikes on U.S. ally Qatar unilaterally. According to current aid, Netanyahu is Ukraine. The attack killed 6 people, with Qatar claiming the U.S. was only alerted during the operation rather than beforehand. Trump later told Netanyahu that the strike succeeded and expressed frustration then told the attackers. Analysts acknowledged Netanyahu recently with a radical approach despite Washington's concerns, with one former Israeli ambassador calling it initial time to pursue self-independence while the rallies on Trump before. Pakistan eyes more defense deals after historic Saudi price sparked Indian concerns. Pakistan's Foreign Minister Ishaq Dar revealed that other countries are interested in signing defense agreements similar to the landmark missile defense pact signed with Saudi Arabia in peace. The Saudi-Pakistan agreement, signed by Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman and Prime Minister Sheikh Al-Saud, permits both nations to treat any attack on one country as an attack on both, with Pakistani officials confirming their nuclear capabilities will be available under the pact. The deal has been compared by Saudi experts to NATO's Article 5 principle of collective defense, potentially setting Riyadh the nuclear umbrella from Pakistan, the world's only Muslim-majority nuclear power. India responded with concern on Friday to foreign ministry spokesperson Randir Jaiswal saying New Delhi hopes Saudi Arabia will consider their strategic partnership and mutual sensibilities as a key ties with Pakistan. Continues in the EU cabinet broadcast of the Wolf of Turkey. Cyber attack cripples European airport systems, causes flight hailed. A cyber attack targeting a Europe-wide check-in and boarding service provider has disrupted operations at major airports in Brussels and Berlin, causing delays and cancellations on Saturday. The attack rendered automated systems inoperable, leaving airport staff to conduct manual check-in and boarding procedures only. Brussels Airport warned passengers of significant schedule impacts and advised travelers to confirm flights with airlines before heading to the airport. Berlin Airport also reported longer waiting times at check-in, while the service provider worked to resolve the Europe-wide technical issues.
And we are back. Pretty good signal from Voice of Turkey. 11785. Not too bad at all. And it's great to have all of you here. We're going to do the radiogram decode a little later at 23 UT. So this is going to be something you need FLDG software. The mode they use to start every radiogram is MFSK32. This is something to check out. Let me just, so I brought my phone here. Just wanted to show you guys. I'll show you guys out a beautiful tree in front of my and just before, I just want to thank those that donated also through PayPal. So we have John DeSantis, thank you so much. Francis, thank you so much. And of course, Kevin Davidson or Blogger Die. So thank you so much, guys. And I am very happy to have all of you here. It's much appreciated. And thank you so much for your donations. So as we continue, we will check it out here. So Voice of Turkey, there's also Radio Romania on 9740 that you guys can check out, which should come in 9740. Radio Romania, pretty good.
Final step in the accession process. The Romanian Senate rejected on Monday the simple motion tabled by the populists from the Alliance for the Union of Romania against the Education Minister Daniel David. The opposition party claims that the coalition government is throwing the Romanian education system into collapse through aberrant and destructive decisions and condemning the future.
So Radio Romania 9740. This is for Western Europe, by the way. So it is making it to North America, but it's really for Western Europe. 11785 Voice of Turkey is for East Coast of North America at this time. So just interesting to see. Any pirates right now? Let's check out. So unID'd on 6940 upper sideband. I don't know if I'm going to hear it here.
However, he admitted that education has
Got a lot of noise. So got nothing here. So I'm going to go back to Turkey. Turkey coming in very well over here. And so it's pretty cool. As Donna Royal says, soldering is an art. Absolutely. So yeah, there's a lot of and there's a lot of young people here that are, you know, we were talking about that a few times in some of the CIDX meetups and so on, at the amount of younger people that actually are on this channel, which is very, for me, kind of surprising at the same time, but it's kind of cool also to see that there's a younger generation that still gets a kick out of radio and all of this, and that I really, really find cool. So it's definitely something that surprises me all the time, honestly. Jasmine said, okay, that's okay. Jeff K got to think out of the box. Yep, absolutely. Yeah, Polly Holiday. Flo. Yep. That was cool. Yeah, there was Archie Bunker. My mom would watch that all the time. Archie Bunker. Yeah. Joe Anderson 69, learning how to problem solve is so important. Absolutely. Absolutely. I was amazed. I was surprised that anyone, uh, everyone there was not capable of dealing with that and find a way to fix it. I was already thinking I had some hard copper wire. I remember I was thinking, well, I'm going to cut little strips, you know, and make little legs that are going to fit to the hole. And I'm going to solder that to the switch and to the board. I even had that idea, but, I could buy the switches. So I thought, no, I'm going to start with if I can find the proper switch, it's going to be less of a hassle, which I did. But I mean, come on. For me, that was like basic. It was like, yeah, I just went and fixed, the problem on my own. I didn't need anybody to tell me, well, I guess he was saying all I got was, well, the switches are too big. Yeah, there's things you can do about it. It's just so funny. Um, Joe Arson says, this was a great show. Yeah, absolutely. Adrian Van Gost says, what's the best fax decoding software? Depends on what platform you want to be. Windows, Mac, and Linux. Thank God there's one multi-platform software, and it's FLDG. I'm going to give you the link to where you can download this. FLDG download. The fact that it's multi-platform is so cool because you have the ability to download a version for whatever operating system that you've got. So I'm just going to give you guys, here's files. So FLDG, here we go. So in here you've got the setup, which is the setup.exe. You've got a DMG file, which is a Mac disk image to install on a Mac computer. And you've got the versions that you can download for Linux. If you have a Linux distro, one of the things that you should do is a lot of Linux distros today have a app store. I've noticed that most Linux distros have FLDG in their app store. You can get it from there. So this is anyways the link where you can get FLDG for whatever platform. I like that software for that reason, multiple platforms. If you're on Android and you want to decode fax, I use HF Fax. It's a app in the Google Play Store. And in an iPhone, you also have an HF Fax software from Black Cat Systems to decode HF weather fax on your iPhones and iPads. Thank you so much, Bert. Stay safe and take care. See you later, or maybe next Saturday or Sunday on the Zoom. Ricky says, my Spanish isn't very good, but I've heard others say that Radio Marti is a bit different now. Okay. And that programs sometimes make direct reference to Voice of America, which they didn't before. Oh, that's interesting. That's interesting. So, yeah. Jeff K. Apple should sell phones in kit form. Or even Android. An Android kit. Danielson, I sometimes buy old vintage radios on eBay, working or not, and I enjoy fault finding, repairing them as long as it's fairly basic repairs. Soldering can be therapeutic. You know, if I was like I just had all the time in my life, I would probably do that. Get old stuff and say, well, no, I'm going to bring it back to life. Lagardai built a CB radio kit. Transmitter stage was pre-built, I guess, to please the FCC. Yeah, that is probably the case because there are rules with that, and so there are that circuit needed to be at very very tight specifications. So it's like, nah, we're not gonna let anyone build it. We're just going to, have that part pre-assembled and let the rest around it being built. Still kind of cool. Jeff K's got a dead Lafayette H8230. Ricky, REE, good. Signal on 17715, pushing through my local RF nonsense. Cool. That means it's a good signal. Jeff K's got a Nixie tube clock somewhere. Was a kit. Oh, this is cool. IJ Dakota had the small Radio Shack kit that was a regenerative receiver. Worked pretty well for what it was. Cool. Kenneth 11785 just out of the mud, and the 17715 coming in 58. Pretty cool. Lagardai 11785 with significant fading on the ZWiz ZWS 603 and short telescopic. Radio Romania 9740 is good. Megan, nice to have you here from Commerce City, Colorado. Ricky, I can faintly see the carrier of Turkey on 11785, but no audio. Tosanov hammers are good for closure if you can't fix it. Oh, man. London 19657, watching old shows with your parents is about as good as life as gets. And you get hooked to these things. I remember when my parents were watching Dallas. That was like the big thing. Back then. I still remember that. And I was doing my stuff. I remember I was playing on my Commodore VIC-20 and doing some shortwave. But you just start looking at one episode and it's like, okay, now I want to know what's going to happen next. Yeah, it was just so like, oh man, so predictable and stupid. But I don't know. That was the thing. It's like, at least Alice, was kind of fun. And they it was like comedy stuff, Archie Bunker was something because Archie Bunker was like, they talked about stuff nobody would talk on TV. Archie Bunker was like crazy. It was like, wow, the first time you talk about subjects that are just so freaking heavy. It's just amazing. It's like the other show my mom would watch like one day at a time, actually talking about, she'd talk about her kid or girl that was a drug addict, and it was like, wow, these are things, this is heavy stuff. You don't talk about that on TV back then. It's like, firsts. Nobody talked about that on TV back then. Jasmine, I like problem solving, but I like puzzles, so that makes sense. Yeah, it does. It does. If you like making puzzles, then of course problem solving in electronics, for example, it's like a puzzle. It's like, okay, why does this not work? Where is it going wrong? This is the fun part of Mr. Carlson's lab, is like you see all of his step-by-step moments of how things work and how he finds out that, well, this must work because this is happening and that doesn't seem to work and this. And of course there's observations in electronics, especially in the old rigs, a lot of observations. if you look at the board, is there something that is charred, or there's, does it smell like burnt? There's something burning in it, or what? Look at the board carefully. Sometimes you see stuff. You know, Don Alquist, at night in North Florida, I can hear TWR Bonaire, Netherlands Antilles on 800 kilohertz, and Radio Encyclopedia, Havana on 530, but not Radio Reloj Cuba, which is ticking clock on 570, 790, and 950. Cool. Nice to have you here, John. Old radios watching MASH. Oh, God, MASH. I remember that the last episode of MASH was like a huge thing. It's like the amount of people watching the end of that show was crazy back in the day. Bent Nielsen, nice to have you here from Fort Lauderdale. I've been to Fort Lauderdale in 1996, 7. That's when I did my big East Coast tour with friends. Went to Daytona Beach, Fort Lauderdale, and we went up and down the coast, different states, and man, good memories. Just loved it. London, 19657. I remember that. All a dream. Oh man, Green Acres is the place to be. Kenneth says. John says, can anyone hear Radio Reloj on any of their AM frequencies? They have an active stream on the internet. They might have some problems, but I don't know. RJ Dakota can hear 530 and 640. Doesn't love Pluto app. Yeah, I haven't looked at the Pluto app in a long time. I know they have a lot of stuff. That's something that maybe I should check out. It's a lot of the shows from back then, though, didn't age well. There's stuff that didn't age well. It's like Seinfeld, which is on Netflix. I remember I watched Seinfeld with my mom every week. And I look at it now on Netflix and I'm like, something's not right. It doesn't feel like it's not what it was. I find that it doesn't age well. So, you know. Jasmine, humor's so predictable, and on what? Wait. Yeah, it depends on the shows. It depends on the shows. There are some shows from the 70s, 80s are not bad, but yeah, the canned laughs are kind of a little, when you hear the same laugh going over and over and over, it's like, yeah, okay, canned laugh. You don't need canned laugh, but a show that I remember that I had that still today I watched. There's a lot of episodes on YouTube that I watched back in the day. They're great. A Trees Company. Still today, I watch a couple of episodes and it's like, yeah, it's still good. It's very 70s ish, but it's still good. WKRP in Cincinnati is great to watch. It's interesting to see in these shows how they can talk about subjects that would be very delicate today to actually talk about. There's WKRP. I watched a couple of episodes. It was on the edge. Today would be on the edge of, do we accept that on TV? And, some way I find it sad that today's TV is kind of a regression. We don't talk about this anymore because people are too sensitive. Yet, I watch these shows from the 70s or 80s and I'm like, well, they did, and I'm glad they did. It's fine that they did. And it's fine they did it the way it was. That's what the way it was back then, and that's it. We got to stop not looking at the past because we talked about stuff in a way that, oh, we can't talk about it that way today. I find that stupid, personally, and I find that TV and radio is going backwards rather than forward when that is the case. London 19657. Archie Bunker was bad on a British show called Till Death Do Us Apart. Oh, buddy. And there's a lot of stuff here in Quebec. We have, of course, a lot of American shows were translated in French. But there's a problem is that to be popular here, a show needs to be translated in Quebec French. But there were shows that were translated in French from France French. And they tried to put it on TV here. That doesn't work. Because France French humor is zero interesting to us. It's like we don't understand a thing they're saying. We don't understand why it's funny. So there needs to be a Quebec French. Actually, there's right now here a petition going on. The Simpsons have always been translated in Quebec French. This is why The Simpsons in Quebec were so popular. Because it was with our own Quebec French flavor. It was funny. Now, Disney, I believe, owns, is it Disney or Paramount? I don't remember which one owns The Simpsons. They want to stop the Quebec translation. And, I mean, if they do that, they're going to kill the show here. Because no one, I watched a French from France translation of The Simpsons. Oh God, I would never have watched The Simpsons ever in my life. If it would have been like that from the beginning. It's just crazy. Yeah, there was this thing. It was very popular back then, Jasmine. There was this thing about always having those canned laughs all the time. And it was, I guess it was part of how they did TV back then. You know, I mean, I like Three's Company, but it's obviously canned laughs on every joke. So, you know, it needs to be well done. Captain Kangaroo. London 19657. Nice to have you here. Well, I already know you have you here. I was actually going to say thank you for the tip. Extra anchovies for you and Paul. Yeah, Pluto is good. Tubi, that is also a place I've been surprised, RJ Dakota. I've been looking for movies or sometimes TV shows that, you know, this is what I hate today. Is all of these companies want to stick it at us and get as much money as possible from old stuff. I'm so tired of that. It's like, look, come on. I've seen it 100 times on TV. I'm not going to pay $24.99 to get a whole series of a 1979 show. Okay? I will not pay that. And I hope nobody pays that. Please, don't do it. But I've noticed that Tubi, okay, there's ads, but you know what? A lot of those series are there, and I'm like, okay, I'm okay with that. Put ads in my face from time to time. I got no problem if you give me my series that I want to see. But man, when I see these companies, you know, it's like old movies. Yeah, I want to watch an old movie from 1980. I'm gonna have to pay $5.99 for it. Are you freaking kidding me? I probably rented it at the video store back in the day, and it played on TV 100 times. You made the money. Give it free. Come on. I would actually create a rule that says any movies that's more than 20 years old, all free on the internet. All free. All the time. There should be a rule with that. More than 20 years old, everything's free. I mean, they made the money. Come on. You know. Hey, I want to see Titanic that made billions. Yeah, free. It's old. Ricky, yeah, WKRP definitely is regarded as a representation of really what radio was back then. Absolutely. And it still is amazingly good to amazingly good um, to you know to watch today, and all of the episodes of WKRP are on YouTube. London 19657, thank you for the tip. Says MASH first season was aired in the UK without a laughter track and was a very different show. Dark humor. Wow. WKRP and the turkey drop. I thought it could fly. Sonarash, today's TV is snowflake TV. There's always someone offended. Yeah. Jasmine says, what I'm saying is there are plenty of shows on Netflix which take on difficult subjects. Oh, absolutely, absolutely. That definitely. I mean, there are some stuff in there that are interesting. I have a slight hard time with documentaries on Netflix because they are slightly biased in ways, but they're still watchable. But there are a few things on Netflix I have a hard time. Um, Dusseldorf, I forgot which one it was, but I remember a non-laugh track version of something. You know what? Uh, the when I watch, like, you go real far back and you watch like the Newlywed Game and stuff like that. I mean, they talk about stuff on TV, sexual stuff that no one dare say on TV today. And I'm like, wow, 1960s TV was actually way better. 1970s TV was way better than today in so many ways. They just said what they wanted to say, and that's it. Fred Water, as God my witness, I thought turkeys could fly. It's one of the funniest lines ever. Yeah. 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 And today, now there's delays in the Super Bowl because, hey, we saw Janet Jackson's boob. Really. Get on with your life. If that offended you, I don't know, but maybe you need change a little bit change of your life. You need to learn stuff. Come on. And it wasn't even all of it. There was a little something on the nipple. I mean, come on. Come on. Jasmine, if you're talking about linear over the air TV network, I understand, but I don't really watch it. Yeah, but that's the thing is those it is the standard TV that most people watch is now so, you know. So it's Disney that owns it. Okay. Yeah, Lost in Space. Family Guy. Simpsons, yep. John Zorella, nice to have you on board. Captain Crunch, N2, NYT. Mr. Rabbit and his ping pong balls. You put that in out of context, and it's like, now we'll see an episode of Mr. Rabbit and his ping pong balls. Okay, what's the show about exactly? Oh, God. Yeah, A lot of shows that were popular in North America were often from UK television that were adapted in North America in a different way. Yep. You know, there. I'll say it very bluntly to all of those out there that are big companies trying to screw us over with money. That's why we all search for free stuff on those illegal websites. We're tired of paying for everything all the time because you're screwing us over. It's like when there was the transition from cassette tape and vinyl into CD. How many albums I purchased on CD? And then you go through it. It's like I purchased Pink Floyd Dark Side of the Moon on vinyl for $7.99. And then you go to the store and they were like, oh, the CD version is remastered and it's $24.99. I'm like, what the hell is that? $25 for what I already paid in the past? And I'm sorry, but remastered shit on CD is often horrible. This is where you kind of understand where Napster came from. And when I went on Napster and downloaded every single freaking thing I wanted to listen to, I was zero guilty of it. Zero guilty. It's like, I paid my share of music. I paid my share of your billions that you're making. I am entitled to get all of that free now. That's it. And that's the way I'm tired of being screwed over all the time. I mean, come on. So it's part of the Disney production. Yeah. But I mean, there's something you guys that aren't from, French Quebec don't understand how very amazingly particular and great the Simpsons are adapted to our own culture. Even the names of, they're talking about an artist or anything, they will use a name of a Quebec artist that we can identify in their jokes. And it's very, very well Quebec made for the translation. And this is what made The Simpsons here in Quebec. Today it's less, because, The Simpsons today are not as funny as they were. It's not, I stopped somewhere around like season 10. Where it's like, no, okay, they changed the people making the jokes, and it's like, ain't the same. It's not that funny anymore. But the Quebec versions were just so amazingly well done. Same thing happened when they made the Flintstones. The Flintstones Quebec version are very well adapted to our own Quebec culture. It made a smash hit in Quebec. The Flintstones were at the top chart of what people watched, or kids watched, for years because it was just so well done in our own environment here in our province. And when they made the DVD Flintstones, all the series, apparently there's a year where they lost the tracks for Quebec. So that DVD had all the years except 1 year was French from France. It's so horrible to listen to. Nobody listens to that. It's like, wow, if that would have been the Flintstones, it would never have caught on here. This happened with Seinfeld. Seinfeld, which was a hugely popular show. Whether you like it or not, because it's, Seinfeld is a little controversial. Some people hate it, and some people like it. I kind of liked it. It's not, today when I look at it, it's like, yeah, okay, it's kind of ordinary, but still, it got a huge hit. They never translated that into Quebec French. So they actually started one season in French in Quebec, and never caught on. Of course, you don't do that. You never put anything here in Quebec in French. It'll never be popular. It's very unique, and I guess it's like every country. We all have our unique way of having a show. It's like me. I mean, I like watching big gun U.S. movies in English. Why? Because that's the feel. The original feel is there. But here in Quebec, it's a thing about movies being translated in French. If you want your movie to be popular, if you want Indiana Jones to be popular, it has to be translated in Quebec French, not from France. There are some from France. They're okay sometimes, but they're always this little awkward phrase or awkward thing that you're like, what? I don't understand what you just said. It's so weird. It's unique, honestly. Hey, Bob H. Rico from Watkins Glen, New York. Old radios, we should watch these shows with my dad. It's interesting in seeing what concerned people 50 years ago. Oh yeah, it's a very different thing. It's also interesting in seeing what it was all about and how things were in another era. This is great also. It's like a documentary. Our TV our TV history is a documentary of us at different moments in time now. Watching old shows, watching newer shows, watching what's today, what's going to be in the future. It's a documentary to the history of the human race, pretty much. The Win 1960, nice to have you here. It's pretty cool. So nice to have you on board. Little Aunt Maggie, do you really drink alcohol and like beer? Absolutely. 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 James Farley, nice to have you on board. Oh, all commercial breaks are great. Absolutely. Absolutely. There's when you see old commercials from the 80s and 70s, it's like, oh God, it's so different than today. RJ Dakota, yeah, turkey drop. That was something. Andy New, take care. See you maybe next week. And don't forget, Sunday the 28th is the Zoom meeting on 20 hours UTC. London 19657. One boob, never enough. Jasmine, one thing I would like from your era are concert ticket prices. I'm going with friends to see Cardi B. Cheapest ticket, $250. Yep, I know. I miss that moment in my life where, I saw some of the greatest concerts in the world for $10, $12, $15, $20. It was just great. Just great. That honestly is something I find sad because I say it today. Seeing a concert is now for rich people. If you're poor, forget it. You never have the cash to see anybody. I'm going to see Bryan Adams on October 8th at the Bell Center here. $180. I mean, come on. I saw Bryan Adams in 1985 for, I think it was $11.50. $11.50. Imagine that. It's 180. Why? Why is it from 1150 in 1985 to 180 now? I don't get it. I don't get it. And I mean, at 1150 back in 85, I was close to the stage. I was not at the far end. It was like, I saw Sting when he released his Dream of the Blue Turtles, when he got his solo career going. And I still remember seeing Sting for, I think it was 1450. And he had all of these musicians on stage. I was like, wow. And it was so great because that era, when I got into college, we had a little gang that we would go to have, would drink beer every Friday night. We'd go on to the Peel Pub downtown, which had like really inexpensive beer. College stuff. You don't have any money when you're in college. So it's like we'd have cheap beer and cheap food. And I mean, we would just look at each other like, this band's coming over. Fleetwood Mac's coming over. Want to go see it? We wouldn't even think about the price. We were just like, yeah, sure. I'll go. Why? Because it cost $12, $14, $15, which was so affordable back then. It was like, you didn't even ask what the price was for a ticket. The most expensive concert of my young days, and that was really expensive back in the day. Michael Jackson. I saw Michael Jackson at the Olympic Stadium here. And that's in 1983, 84. That ticket was $40. And in 84, if you paid $40 for a concert, it was extremely expensive. It was the most expensive thing back then. And I went to see Michael Jackson at $40. My brother actually bought the tickets. And that was expensive in 1983, 84 when I saw Michael Jackson. And I still have, it was my first concert ever in my life. And I still have some memories of it that is just, I'll never forget. It was my first concert. Of course, you never forget your first concert. It was Michael Jackson. He was off his Thriller mega album, and he was with his brothers. It was actually the concert was actually the Jacksons, but of course, Michael Jackson was a star. But $40 in 1984, that was crazy expensive. For the rest, it's really in the late 90s, early 2000s that everything just went off the rails. And I was like, oh God, okay, I'm not going to go see that. I have concerts that I would like to see. An example, Bruce Springsteen. I would love to go and see Bruce Springsteen. I can't see myself paying $400 to see Bruce Springsteen. I mean, no, that ain't gonna happen. That ain't gonna happen. Paul McCartney is coming in November, I think. There's nothing below 300 or 400 or 500. It's like, it's crazy prices, and I'm like, yeah, okay, it's nice, but no, I'm not gonna go see. I'm gonna watch the YouTube videos everybody posted, and I'll have a feel of what it was all about. It's just crazy. Two Broke Tim hasn't watched TV in 14 years. Wow. JFK. Us old guys watch Toby Show. Oh, man. For a lot of people, YouTube became kind of the TV and stuff, J Dakota, Janet Jackson wardrobe error, probably the most rewound and rewatched thing ever. Yeah. Hail Darth Vader. Paul Stringer, nice to have you here, man. About the House Three's company stole most of their scripts. RJ Dakota, Maynard Gribbs was later Gilligan on a different show. Jasmine, Jill the Pirate. And proud of it. You know, today, now they're getting ripped. Because you know what's the problem today? Is until we got Napster, we were being screwed. And there was way too much money being spent on what we wanted to hear. Now, today, the problem is... I was just going to start the PC because the shortwave radiogram is about to start in 7 minutes. Make sure that we can do that. Now today the artists are getting screwed by the big gun companies. Like Apple is the first one to screw all of the artists. 99-cent songs. People don't buy an album anymore. They buy their favorite song. Now today is a different world. Today's artists are, yes, they are the ones being screwed. Back in the day, we were the ones being screwed. It went from one extreme to the other, unfortunately. It should have been somewhere in the middle. I had no problem buying an album, but I wanted to have a fair price for it. I was okay buying an album for $12 or $13 back then. And then came Apple with all of its stuff. I'm sorry, but we have to say it. Apple screwed all the artists over, and it was over after that. And, I do not have very nice words to say about Apple anyways, in any way. But, Blogger Die, nothing is funny anymore. No, because if it's funny, you're offending somebody somewhere. So we can't laugh. I just like... Oh, yeah, absolutely, old radios. Everything is localized. Everything is localized to the population of a certain area. So that it is, popular. So there's translations in different countries and in different areas so that something will be appealing to the people that live there. And province of Quebec is one example. Even the English Canada versions of stuff is one thing that, sometimes happens. John Ash, Simpsons are like the Flintstones back then. They were a hit because they were doubled here. Yep. Like if I watch TV and movies, I could say that I'm boycotting CBS and Disney. Yeah, a lot of people are... And the Soup Nazi in French. Oh, God, Jay Watterson. There's a few episodes that are in... The Soup Nazi episode, even today, is still funny. I mean, there are a few things like that, but honestly, God. So, 09455, is the signal not bad? Yeah, it's not the best signal in the world. I don't know how well it's going to decode. But we're going to check that out. I'm going to check that out. I think the early versions of Simpsons had some sort of weird fuzzy lines. Remember, home videos had some episodes with the same squiggly borders on everything. Jasmine, how is old TV a documentary when it's fiction? It's fiction, but it is a documentary. You know why? Because it represents the way that we lived and were back then. That fiction is representing life of that era. So if you look at a TV show from 1960, the way they're dressed, the way they answered things, the way that things happen. And I'm not talking about science fiction movies or stuff like that. It is a documentary to the way we are. And it is, there are old groups that is also documentary. How we don't talk about different groups at different eras and different times in our history that today are going to be talked about. And even then, even today, it's still a problem sometimes. It is a documentary. It's an ongoing documentary of how we are, how we were, how bad we are, how we refuse to see things over a period of time. If somebody 200-300 years from now would watch stuff from the beginnings of here, and they would see, well, wow, that's the way things were. That's things they don't talk about. You know? Yeah, that was different. Jean Arrache. There was something about those movies that, you know what? They were. I'm going to say it in a funny way, Jean Arrache. They were French, but not too French. C'était pas trop français. C'était français juste assez. It was just enough French, not going over the the hill of French. Because if the French make movies, they can really go too far to a point where we are all out of it and all losing it. Okay, let's see here. So it's starting now. The shortwave radiogram. Let me just go here. There we go. Out mode, MFSK. RSID needs to be on.
For more information about our content, visit swradiogram.net. That's swradiogram.net. On today's program, content in MFSK32 and MFSK64. Three European aerospace firms may work together to compete with SpaceX. Hired employees of the Climate Gov website are creating a new independent climate.us site. And this week's in the news. First program preview on MFSK32 from MFSK32.
So there we go. I hope you guys can see a little bit of, yeah, it's hard to see, eh? So this is shortwave radiogram. Let me just, no, I can't. So this is the text. First, they send the text out. And this is an AM mode, 9455 from WRMI. They'll be sending some MFSK32. And Then they'll go to MFSK 64. And they'll be sending images in MFSK 64. So this is what it looks like. Is there enough length here to do a little, let me just check it out here. So this is the closest I can bring it to the screen. So unfortunately, maybe with the microphone stand. There we go. Oops. So this is on the microphone stand. Sorry guys. Try to have it, there we go. There we go. So I guess you guys can see maybe a little bit of what's happening there. I'm actually going to do even better. Configure. Receive font. Let's put it a big 48. Okay. Save. Close. There we go. This is the biggest font of all. So this is text being decoded in MFSK 32 right now. I'm getting seasick. Oh yeah, Jasmine. 1450. Imagine how many concerts you'd go see now if that was the price. Until about 1995, 6, 7. I went to see U2 in 87 when the Joshua Tree album was released, which was a big thing with U2. I saw U2 in the Olympic Stadium in 1987 for $17.50 at the Olympic Stadium. Imagine. Yep, the concert tickets have outpaced inflation. Definitely Black or Die. U2, if U2 would come to Montreal now, the cheapest ticket would be around $300. In 1987, I paid $17.50 to go see U2. Oops, it didn't switch. Why didn't it switch? I did click that it should switch. So MFSK 64. Sorry guys, here we go. Here we go. MFSK 64 mode now. I did click receive ID, but for some reason it didn't automatically switch mode. So this is MFSK 64. Kenneth remembers seeing Boston in Flagstaff for $10. He missed the Styx ticket, the concert, for $8. Wow. Jasmine, 40 gets you into the door at a local nightclub. Yeah. Yeah. I saw the B-52s for free. I saw tons of concerts for free, actually, back in the 90s. Yeah, Jasmine, but, everybody, it all started with Apple. Apple was the first one to start screwing artists. And everybody followed, and I guess Spotify's probably really bad. It's just crazy. You know, there's a reverse though. We got to understand that in 1987, when I went to see U2, what made money to U2 was album sales. Their album gave them the money at the price that the vinyls and the cassettes or the CDs were selling. And the concerts were like a complement to that. Today, the album sales are so crappy that's why the concerts cost so much. Because now the concerts are where the money is. I mean, I went to see more than 100 concerts in my life, for sure. Spindle Twister, nice to have you here. American Pie was great. The Avengers. Yeah. I have on DVD, you guys remember V, the series where, you know, they eat rats and people? I have the whole series, and I was like, oh man. Old radios, I think collecting antique items from the time period made me more interested in looking at these time periods. It's definitely something interesting. I would buy, Jasmine, I would buy my vinyl records. Because I was a vinyl guy. And vinyl records in the 80s would cost anywhere from $5 to $10. I think I purchased the Joshua Tree U2 album for like $8.99 in 1987. Just to let you know. But back then, they would make the money off of that. Because off of that $9, they would get $3 or $4. And they would sell 100 million copies at $3 or $4 going to them. That's 300 or 400 million. They would make a lot of money off the albums back then. So now they're sending pictures. One was very small. Garswell Farm in Perthshire, Scotland. So that's a small little picture being in that little square here in MFSK 64. You know, when old radios, when you have autism, often you're focused on something very specific and very precise all the time. 9455 kilohertz, Shane. It's WRMI 9455 shortwave radiogram. Gilles Never, nice to have you here. Roaring 2020s. Nice to have you on board. London 19657 saw the Smiths for £1. Wow. And he still feels cheated. Yeah, the West Coast 9455 and not be, you know. But back in the day, Jasmine, we would buy an album to get all the songs because we had no choice. Back in the day, either you were one of those that listened to the radio and taped, on your boombox the songs while they were playing. I was more one of the guys that wanted to buy the albums of the artists I liked, like The Police, and so on. And so I would buy the album. And albums, like I said, were like from $5 to $10. In the 80s, they were $5 to $10. Not rarely more than $10, honestly. Yeah, there were also that. Some people bought 45 RPMs. You could buy a single song if you wanted back then, but a single song on a 45 RPM was $3. In my time it was like about $3 to buy one song. Not 99 cents. So imagine in the 80s, 145 RPM, which is one song, it was not 99 cents. It was $3. Yeah, because that was the thing back in the day. We would buy an album, and we would hope that there's not too many bad songs on it. That's pretty much it, Yeah, those smaller CDs, they didn't really catch on because there was no, there was that little dent in the tray of the CD player, but it wasn't something people wanted. Old radios. It was something. My WX50, I had all the Police albums too. I had almost all the Pink Floyd albums. Several Led Zeppelin, and of course you can't, in the 80s you cannot not own the Red and the Blue Beatles album. Nobody that I knew didn't, like, everybody had those albums. It's like if you listen a little bit to the Beatles back in the 80s, you had the Red and the Blue album because that was like the total kind of, greatest hits of Beatles. Ricky, yeah. I don't, because now I am subscribed to YouTube Music. So I have access to pretty much everything. Of course, there's stuff missing because some artists don't want to be there. But for the most part, I'm on YouTube Music. I find that there is a great bonus of being on that to have access to everything. I understand at the same time that YouTube, like every other platform, is screwing artists, though. And that I do understand. I kind of liked albums for one thing. Sometimes what you hear on the radio was actually not the best stuff from an artist. I had so many albums that I liked the album better. All the tracks nobody knew was actually better than the tracks playing on the radio. And I got several albums like that. I remember buying Aha, the first, when they had that big hit, Take On Me. I bought the album. And then I understood that, oh God, Take On Me is so, it's like the worst song on the album. The album itself is amazing. And there were many albums that I just went nuts on. Everything else, still today I will put that on and listen to every track from A to Z. It's just a great, great album. But only one song or two songs are known on some of them. Yeah, okay. I'm sorry. No, there was no review. Well, the only way you had reviews, Mike WX50, is if you were like subscribed to, Rolling Stones magazine or things like that, because they had reviews of albums. But then again, you didn't have reviews of everything. So it's like you'd hear songs. Oh, I like this band. I'm going to buy the vinyl and, whatever. And let's not forget that there were a lot of places you could go and they had like discount albums. I remember buying a Beatles album for like $3.99, or buying I bought a Bruce Springsteen album for like I think it was $3. It's like they had these big discount stuff, like those, like it was like hardware stores selling like all sorts of stuff, and they had these big stickers sale. It's like, oh, here's this band, and here's Fleetwood Mac for $3, and here's like, I would buy stuff like that. Hey, I would buy stuff like $2 for the Superman track. All right, $2, let's go for it. I want to hear that. I bought some odd stuff back then because of that. I remember buying, the Sound of Music soundtrack, $1.99. All right. I watched the movie. I liked the songs. Why not? It was like, why not? Why not? So there was a lot of discounted stuff that we would buy. And when we were serious music people, like I was, there were the music stores that I would go, and it's like, okay, I want to have the latest, the Police, and the latest, whatever band I wanted. Johnny Z. Fredley, nice to have you here, says, in 1978, I bought the red, white, and blue albums and the color vinyl. Oh, man. Blogger Die. Forgot about seeing the Beach Boys in 2017. Wow. Queen. Yeah, absolutely. A radio fun fact. There was... No, I'm not really paying attention to anything. I'm just talking. So, botanical garden here. So, one of the interesting things about HCJB is I still remember they took a Black Sabbath, and I'm not joking, HCJB on 9745 had a show that played a Black Sabbath album backwards, saying that Satan was saying stuff through that album back in the day. And I still remember that today. And I was like, oh God, really? I didn't have the album, but now it just gave me the urge to buy the album and play it backwards to see what it says. So if they wanted to scare me about Satan, I think it didn't work. My WX50 Police had great songs that didn't get airplay. Bombs Away was one of my favorite. Yep. You know, even Sting, when I got the Dream of the Blue Turtle, some of those songs on that album are amazing. And have a great story to tell. And I like one thing about Sting back in the day when he did his Nothing Like the Sun album too, and all of that. He was, because one of the biggest problems in radio was having colored people airplay or black people airplay. There was white radio, there was color radio, and he wanted to break that barrier. And I remember that when he built his band, he chose a diversity of people. And the reason for it was like, well, you play Sting. Are you going to dare not play me? Because now I have black musicians. And I thought that was great. What a great idea. Using your power on all of that. Yeah, 2 compilations, and yeah. All the radios say you left Satan. I mean, oh God. Block it I record HCJB and reverse it, then you had the album. Oh, that's so good. BD Radio, I'm getting all the pictures. Too bad we can't save them. Yeah, there's no way to save them in FLDG, right? But then again, if you're in Windows, a little trick, you can use the snipping tool. They have a snipping tool. Just go to the snipping tool. And here, just make sure that you record. So here I'm going to do rectangle. So now it's almost over. I could do new. And here, I'm going to do this. And here we go. I got a picture. I got the picture there. And I can save it. So there's the snipping tool if you're on Windows. Don't forget that. So you can save the pic. But, yeah, that's a good question. It's weird that we can't save anything, though. So here's another one being sent out. Whoops. It's not saving. It's not showing. Here it is. Oh, why is not showing? Okay, let me just go here. There it goes. There's a picture going on. Now, the decodes of the pictures are pretty clear now. I mean, the signal's good enough. It's like those decodes are really, really good right now. Or you can take a picture. You can take a picture of hey, Swivel, nice to have you here. Yeah, there's a little black spot in the sun today. Space weather update. Yeah, Feel Good is pretty good. Absolutely, Mike, WX50. Fred Water, when they put the parental advisories on records and CDs, most kids thought that was a selling point. Yeah. Jasmine, love the Police and Sting. Message in a Bottle and Walking on the Moon are my favorites. Oh yeah, these are great songs. Roxanne. Roxanne is apparently a real kind of moment for Sting that where he apparently did fall in love with a prostitute. It's kind of, oh, okay. Then in 19657 says, my wife once said I looked like Sting from the waist down. Okay. All right. Ulysses Chalva, nice tip on the snipping tool. Yeah, it's a great. Does the snipping tool work on Windows 95? The Police was probably one of my top 3 favorite bands of the 80s. I mean, I went to see the Police live. Once again, Jasmine, I went to see the Police live for, I think it was 1250 at the Montreal Forum in 1983 for the last, 84 for the last Synchronicity tour. $12.50. Yeah. Spirits in the material world, yeah. I like Synchronicity a lot. The first time I got my Police, the first Police album I've ever had. Look at that, it stays there. So I can snip it. So look at that. I'm going to use the snipping tool. Snip. I'm going to take this picture. And... whoops, that's not what I want. Do a new one. Snipping tool, I didn't take it correctly. So snipping tool, snip. I'm going to take this one here. From here to here. Not only can I take it, but now can make it bigger. Even though it doesn't look that great because it's, it's a, but that's the picture. Here we go. Not too bad. Not too bad. So, hey guys, that was the little moment of, not gonna see my face, I'm sorry. I know. That's not what you want to see anymore. Good. So that was the shortwave radiogram, and I'm going to give you guys the schedule. If you want to try it out, try to get more of it. Shortwave radiogram as a schedule. It is actually repeated several times in a week. So shortwave radiogram schedule is in here, and every week he updates with what the program will be out about. This is Kim Andrew Elliott that does this, by the way. He is a Voice of America old-timer. He used to be on Voice of America. So he's the guy behind the shortwave radiogram, and here is his website. Jasmine, 1250. Every time you say that, I cry a little. Yeah, I saw great bands for really an amazing price. And, once again, I'll say it today. I'm sad that this is where we are at, where all of these concerts are so fucking... Oops, I said the bad word. 18 years are over now. So freaking expensive. And I'm so sad at that because I can imagine how many people aren't going to concerts today because they just can't. At 1250, I remember my niece, one of my nieces, when Madonna came to Montreal in 86, my niece, she was able to get the $11 to see Madonna in Montreal in '86. $11. And I mean, she was in school. She was still a teenager. And she managed to get $11 to see Madonna. Try to see Madonna now if she does a new tour. It's going to be like $500. Forget it. Old radios. My dad was a pop music guy in the 70s and never listened to Led Zeppelin or... Well, you know what? We're all in a different... Like, you know, I am lucky. My music... Oh, yep. Thank you, Ricky, for the tip on the shortcut also. Shift, Windows, and S, too. So, I was lucky. My brother was 10 years older than me. It made me listen to music outside of my comfort zone, I guess we can say. I was a pop disco-ish guy, but then my brother was there, and I became a fan of the Zombies, the Doors, Led Zeppelin. Then I played guitar. You know, I mean, you play guitar. What do you want to do? You want to then you want to just, learn all those guitar riffs of Led Zeppelin songs and whatever, Joe Satriani was like, oh man, that was one of my favorites when I learned guitar. So, Blogger Died, there's an AI portion of the different Windows apps now that actually lets you remove the background of something. So I tried it. It works great, by the way. I took a picture of Paul the Cat outside, and it just kept Paul the Cat, and everything around was removed. It was pretty, pretty cool. Pretty cool. It was pretty amazing. Others out of Crafter's Kitchen. Nice to have you here. 5,000 albums. Oh, that's great. You know what's sad with I had a pretty big vinyl connection. What's sad about it is that when I moved here, vinyls are very heavy. So I sold them all to a shop that would buy them. Because I didn't want to have let's transfer them here when I'm moving. That is the sad stuff of moving from one place to the other. It's like, you take decisions and lose stuff. I lost a lot of shortwave cool stuff. Jasmine, swear jar time, Jill. Oh, God. I'm sorry. It's kind of natural. Oh, boy. I try to be careful because I got so many complaints on this channel of, I'm not watching you because you swear all the time. Yeah, I try to be careful, but you know what? At the same time, come on. 2025. The F word is, So, I'll drink my beer and be happy. It's like that woman that sent me an email telling me that when I did my Christmas special, she showed it to her kids, and that I should not be drinking alcohol dressed as Santa Claus. Well, fuck you. Okay, another tip in the jar. Yeah, concerts are way too expensive today. Absolutely. Absolutely. You know. Kenneth says, last concert I went to BB King. Oh, that must have been pretty cool. 65? That's not too bad. London 1965-7. Thanks for the tip. I phoned in live quiz and won 2 tickets to see Michael Jackson at Wembley Stadium. Wow. The Bad Tour. That must have been good. Yeah, I heard that Madonna has new stuff. Jasmine, oh my God, Madonna for $11. Shut up. So you're torturing? Are you kind of laughing at my pronunciation of English words, but in in a in words that you're writing with text? Old radios. I like old disco songs. I like stuff. I like pop music. When I listen to some of the old stuff, sometimes it's like, oh yeah, like I gotta listen to pop music from M and it's like I like old disco stuff. I'm a big fan of Duran Duran. I've always been a big fan of Duran Duran. I've seen them even last time they came. It's like I'm a huge Duran Duran fan. I've always been. It's like, that band, wow. Different Gear TV, when people do go to concerts, now they are more interested in filming it on their phone. Yeah, you know what? It was interesting. I went to see a concert. And when the older the audience, the less phones are up there. And I like that. Because younger, like come on. It takes out all the magic of the show when you're just like, oh yeah, I'm gonna film. Yeah, I'm gonna film this. I'm gonna film this. Like, oh, please. Yeah, Donna Summer was great. Absolutely. So I'm a mix of all sorts of things, actually. I listen to all sorts of music, from pretty hard heavy rock stuff to I'll listen to Madonna. She's got some great songs. I go all the way to the spectrum. I'm all over the place. When people tell me, I hate that pop stuff, it's like, yeah, that's okay. Oh yeah, AC/DC. It's like, yeah, I like AC/DC, but I also like disco. I'm sorry. I like all of it. That's it is. It's God. VT Radio won 2 tickets to see the Police from the local rock station in '83. Wow, the Go-Go's were the warm-up bands. Oh man, I think that was the band here too in Montreal. We saw the same concert. That was the same concert. I saw the Go-Go's too in Montreal before the Police. So we saw the same concert, VT Radio. But back then I was 14 years old, and I saw the Bangles. I had a friend of mine that was like crazy over the Bangles. Started listening to the Bangles. I saw the Bangles at a amusement park we have here called La Ronde. And so they have these fireworks and everything. I still remember. It was magical. Seeing the Bangles, the fireworks, and all the rides. Then again, Jasmine. Imagine, I saw a band called the Bangles, the fireworks at night, and all the rides of the amusement park. I think it was like $15 and $89 for all of it. Going through the rides as much as I wanted. It was limited rides. Seeing the concert with the Bangles and the fireworks display at like 10 p.m. $15. So I'm sorry I'm torturing you, I know. and torturer will ring you, and the way that you write it. Oh, man. Pretty crazy. Yeah, I need to get a swear jar. I know. Old radios, I'm a big boy. Swears don't offend me. I know, everybody says it. Like, most people say it all the time. London 19657, Bad Santa. Drunk Santa, what's wrong with that? Nothing. I'd be happy with a drunk Santa. I'm sure I'm going to get more gifts, actually. It's like, there's a, if you guys don't mind swearing and really hard stuff, Netflix has an amazing movie with Santa. What's the name of it? It's, oh, darn, I have to remember the name. So anyways, it's the guy that actually is Santa is the same guy that is the cop in Stranger Things, David Harbour. And I don't remember the name of the Santa movie. Watch it. But not if you're easily offended, though. But if you're not offended easily, watch it. It's very good. Oh, Tour and Torture. Ah, look at that. Tour and Torture. Torture. You're the torture. The torture. I like that. The torture. Oh, Band Santa? Band Santa. It's a great movie, by the way. Yes. What's Messenger? Oh, okay. I'll check it out. Yeah. I guess they probably are, you know. Oh, God. On radios, you should hear me when I work on things. That must be nice. Belinda Carlisle was gorgeous. Yeah. What is Mad About You, the song? Mad About You, and Heaven is a Place on Earth, I think is the other song that I know from her. Yeah. Oh, man. Oh, yeah, Brian Penny. Duran Duran is Sheldon's kryptonite. Absolutely. Absolutely. Oh, absolutely, Jasmine. That, you're right with it if you want to do it. That, I have no problem. But I like the fact that they always say you shouldn't. At 500, you shouldn't. You know what? Personally, unless your phone is on my face, I don't care. You know, it's like I'm at a concert and that's it. You know, I like to take pictures, like just to, you know. It's you know. Back in '79, you had to like one or the other. Oh, absolutely. There was absolutely. You were one or there was a. I don't remember the name. My brother told me how it was called. You were a. Do you guys? Maybe you guys can tell me. In the '70s, you were a this or a that. There was a name for those that were disco, and a name for those that were rockers. My brother tells me all the time, but I don't remember what the words are. But my brother tells me all the time because when he was in high school in the '70s, That's what it was. You were a or a . Yeah, Jasmine. Oh, man. Sylvester. You make me feel mighty real. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Walk like an Egyptian. That was my sister that died from cancer's favorite song. Why? Because when my sister passed away, we were actually putting money in the bank together to go for a month to Egypt. And when we would meet up, we would play Walk Like an Egyptian all the time because we were thinking about all the freaking cool things we're going to do in Egypt until the fucking cancer got in. And, anyways, that's what happened. Fred Waters, Susanna Hoffs. Oh, you know what? When the Bengals were here, they were all mad at each other. And on the stage, when one of them would get too close to Susanna Hoffs, she actually would just push her away, saying, "Get the F off my spot." They were really, really freaking mad at each other. I can tell you that. Well, you know what, Jasmine? We didn't realize that, you're in 1989, so in 89, I was 20 years old. You don't think that as you're going to get older, it's going to get out of range of your, it's, I could, if I want, pay a $500 price for a concert ticket. I'm capable of paying that. I don't want to, which is a different thing. But you don't realize that things are going to get so out of control at 20 that it's going to become a rich person experience to go to a concert, which is sad. Outer Salcrafters Kitchen. Bangles were my college best friend's favorite band before anyone knew who they were. He told me they were going to become big someday. He was right. Yeah, they did become big. Absolutely. 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 During Gear TV, I think they should do no phone recording. It is a policy. Honestly, when we go to concert here in Montreal, it does say no recording. And the thing is, what are you going to do? We go to a concert with our phones, which are cameras. That is, that's the way it is. There is a drunk Santa of the Twilight Zone. Violent Night. Thank you, Ricky. Violent Night. That's the one. You gotta, please be, if you go see that on Netflix, do make sure you're ready for it, okay? But I love that movie. You know what, London? I think it's from a shortwave channel to whatever goes channel. And I think this is one part of where it's like fun. Because you know what? We just have fun talking about, and we all kind of unite behind a very, a lot of common things, whatever our age are. This is. Fred Water, there is a channel in Toronto that has been running the old Twilight Zone series every weekend. I recorded them all. Well, these are great, actually. Twilight Zones are always great. Mods and rockers. Thank you, London. Mods and rockers were what my brother always says. Mods and rockers. It was mods and rockers. And so my brother always tells me, you're a mod or you're a rocker. And that was the 70s. Mad Rio DXer, nice to have you here. M7EIW here in the UK was mods and rockers. Well, it was the same here. Mods and rockers. It was that. In the 80s, I didn't see that. There was no tag. I never heard of a tag of on what side you were in the 80s. It seems to be a very 70s thing, with like disco haters, you know, disco sucks stuff, and the rockers. Because in the 80s, I don't recall in high school that there was a tag on what you were as a in the spectrum of music, basically. London 19657. Bangles are odd. You know what? I love the Bangles. It reminds me of some interesting and you know, first love moments. When I hear the Bangles in my room, or in your room, it's in your room, the song. That I'm gonna say, if that plays, I get into my head into a first love, first meetup moment where it's like, yeah, which was great. I mean, the first love, the first time you meet someone, you never forget it. There's a lot of stuff around it that will always remind you of that first moment in life, you know. John McClure, nice to have you here. Pop music. Is the story true about the song? I have no idea. Different Gear TV. What's also sad is that people die at some of these concerts due to lack of safety, like the recent Oasis concert at Wembley Stadium. Yeah. Little Maggie, get a Hicom IC7300 upgrade. I like my Yaesu FTD X10. I will not go to Hicom. I already have an Hicom 8500. I'm not buying another Hicom. I'm a Yaesu guy now. No, I'm not really a anything guy. Honestly, if I had the money, if I had to go somewhere, if I had to buy a radio, a transceiver, I am not stuck into one company. I would buy whatever suits my radio listening, my transceiver, my amateur radio guy that I am. If I had a big purchase to do, because it's expensive now due to the dollar being down and everything, I gotta say that those God, forgotten the name. Thomas Witherspoon talks about him all the time. Those what are the darn radios? The Xiegu, whatever, G90 and stuff like that. That would be what I would be purchasing next. Because I am not, and I will never be. People tell me, oh, wow, you're a Texan guy. No, I'm not. Yeah, I got a lot of Texans because that's what came to the market all the time. But honestly, I am not tied to any brand. Any brand. I am not. Will never be. I'm a radio guy. I don't care about the brand. Give me what I want as a radio, and I'll be happy and I'll buy it. Whatever it is. And I would say that my next purchase would be that, a Xiegu G90, honestly. Yeah, sports too. You're right, Mad Reader DXer. It's not just a question of concerts. I would go and see the Montreal Expos baseball games at the Olympic Stadium for $7. $7. They even had a special. $12 with 2 hot dogs. $12 with 2 hot dogs. It's crazy now. To give you an idea of how crazy it is, the Montreal Canadian hockey. Going to see a hockey game here in Montreal? Rich people. Or corporate. I went to see Montreal Canadiens about 7 times in the last 10 years. Why? Because I had a chance, or one of my friends had a corporate chance of getting free tickets. Because at the price that it costs, forget it. Forget it. I'm not going to see that. Come on. Paul Richardson, nice to have you here. Oh, man. Mr. C's Garage, nice to have you on board from California. Oh, man. Back in the day, Floodwater, back in the day, we all had that one radio station we listened to. Yep. If a friend listened to another station in the same market, you might have very different music tastes. Yep. One of the funniest jokes and stories, one of my friends didn't like the Police. And he was listening and he bought the album of Katrina and the Waves. Remember Walking on Sunshine? Which I hated terribly. So one day he comes up to me and says, "You bought that Police album? It's so horrible." And I remember I looked at him and said, someone that listens to Katrina and the Waves cannot have any comments on the musical taste of anybody else. That was my best friend. I was like, yeah, Katrina and the Waves. Oh, bravo. We had these little, kind of fights or comments on other people's tastes on music, But it was not that, that bad about, rock and disco. Oh, God. Take care, little Don Maggie. Always nice to have you on board. Oh, Fred Water. If there was one thing I would love, if the Expos ever were here, you and me have to find some way to meet up and we could actually go to a game. The Expos. And the last year that they went away, Oh God, we got so screwed with that. I miss baseball in Montreal. Paul Richardson, nice to have you here. Jerry Hart, NFL football. I'm sure. I'm sure. I'm sure. Yep. Mario the Xer. I hated that song too. Walking on Sunshine. Found it very cringy. Oh man. Vive les expos, absolument. Nos amours. Remember that slogan, Fred? Les expos, nos amours. If it was the time. Oh man. Kevin saw AC/DC and Pontiac Silverdome, late 80s, 1250. Yeah. We all saw these concerts for like crazy low prices. You know? Well, that's your generation, Jasmine. You know what? Your generation is fast, fast, fast. Things have to happen fast. So I totally understand why a baseball game is not turning you on. Because that's the style of your generation. It has to be fast. Which is still, at the same time, a little surprising when you say, well, I sold her. It takes time, and I'm relaxed. You know. Oh, wow. I never even knew that the Expos were on the American Forces Network radio stuff. Wow. This is so cool. Paul Richardson saw Ozzy at the Bell Center. Cool. I mean, I saw so many concerts. I would have a hard time telling you guys all the concerts I have seen in my life. I am grateful for being in a time of all of this being, having great prices and everything. I still am in the mode that I need to see at least one concert in a year. I wouldn't see myself not going to at least one concert. But as time goes by, it's so expensive that you're like, yeah, okay, what I'm going to do, you know? If I've got to spend $500 here on something, we talked about it, I think it was last week or 2 weeks ago, and when Jasmine was there. If I had to spend $500 on something, how about doing it big and going to, that Sphere in Vegas and see a concert there instead? Let's go crazy. Like if I've got to spend $500, let's go crazy and spend a lot more and do something special. Honestly. Ricky says, I was the last Expos home game. I was nice to see that many people at the Olympic Stadium for once. But what a terrible reason. Yes, I agree. It's like, okay, now that they're going away and it's the last time, you're all here. You're all here now. But, but you didn't care the rest of the time. I agree. Frank Ireland, Sting, the Police write about 2 lines of lyrics and repeat them over and over. Not Sting. The Police, yes, I agree, Frank. They do have short sentences, but that was the music in the day. Sting is not like that. Sting is very elaborate. You're missing. If you think Sting is like that, no, Sting isn't. The Police and Sting together, yeah, absolutely. But Sting itself, no. Sting itself is very elaborate in its text, because I'm a guy that likes bands or artists that have a story to tell in their songs. I don't like the, of course, I like, pop music and stuff like that. It's like, but for the most part, what I listen to, you have a story to tell in a song that lasts 3 minutes, And that's what I like, and that's what I want to listen to. Sting is like that. But the Police, yeah, you're right, Frank. Jasmine, let's go crazy. Oh, God, let's go crazy. Reminds me, you know what, Jasmine? You're reminding me of a summer day. It's real hot. I'm with my best friend. I got my boombox, and we're sitting in the park doing nothing. And I'm blasting Let's Go Crazy. And we're listening to it, and it's like teenage boys with nothing to care in heaven listening to Let's Go Crazy and no care in the world. This is our little moment. That's what that song brings me back. I'm actually almost feeling the heat, and I'm actually feeling the moment of when that happened back in the day. And God, that what a great song. Anybody that saw Prince at the Super Bowl, I think this is one of the biggest, best ever Super Bowl halftimes ever. I mean, the pouring rain and Let's Go Crazy and Purple Rain, and oh man, one of the best performances I've ever seen. Fred Water, AFRTS was on all the time, 6030. And they had sports. I remember the sports. I remember a lot of the sports on the American Forces Network. It was just crazy. Yeah, London 19657, the Englishman, an Englishman in New York. Yeah, feels it goes. Great. Great. It's pretty crazy. Well, that is one interesting. Like Jerry Hart says, I went with Sheldon to a concert that lasted 6 hours with tribute bands that would play. And you know what? It's absolutely cool and fun to listen to those. If you have a band that pays tribute to whatever band you love, go see them. It doesn't cost much, and they're almost always great to watch. They're almost always really amazing to watch. And that I love. I can tell you that. Yeah, Jasmine. Oh, man. Brings me back in time so much. We're all getting older, you know. Jasmine is young, but you know she'll understand. She probably does already, but you know what? That feel of getting old, you kind of grasp the feel of it, but until you're 50 or 60, you don't get it all. It's when you're 50. I'm 56, and I'm like, what happened 56 years? What the hell just happened that I'm here? Right now, doing this live show. Whoa. I sometimes think, well, I did take time to feel moments in my life, but I sometimes tell to myself, maybe I didn't take enough time. If I had just to tell Jasmine one thing, and any of you that are very younger than us and me, do take more time to appreciate what you're going through now. Life goes fast, and we have this tendency to just, go through past whatever's happening right now without realizing to the fullest that, you know what, take the time to stop and look around you and admire that moment in life that is making you going through amazing vibes, amazing times. We don't think, I have the impression I never took the time to realize it. I never took the time to realize it. Although I go back and there are amazing memories in my mind of those moments, you know? And I don't know if it's because I'm taking care of someone that's going to die soon, which is a friend of mine. I'm at the hospital every 2 days recently. Spend a few hours with him. Where, I have somebody in front of me that's at times realizing how, his life was. He's kind of also a little out of there because they're giving drugs, strong drugs. Sometimes crying about, what that it's over. I'm having a hard week. I'm having a hard time. I come back home and I have the impression that I didn't do enough to realize where I'm at 56 years old. And yet I see him, which is 70 years old. It's not regrets. It's realizing that, damn, time goes way, way too fast. I had 2 people tell me the hardest phrase in my freaking life. The hardest thing to hear. My mom telling me 24 hours before she passed away, I can't believe I'm at the end of my life. And my sister, 2 or 3 days before she passed away, crying and telling me I'm not ready to die at 55. I just don't want to die. I'm not ready. And gang, I'm just saying it right now, and I have a hard time keeping up. And man, but it's hard to grasp the concept of life goes too fast, and one day all of us, one day we're not going to be here, one day for all of us it's going to be over. And I gotta say, it's very hard, very hard. So take the time to appreciate, even if it's this. You know what? There are a few people that told me that they're handicapped or they have some disability and they do radio. And over time I had, you are that moment in life where it's fun and I'm watching you and following you every week. And you know what? You realize that some of the things we do in life impact others in such a positive way. I've had so many people write to me saying, there are people that were regulars here that passed away in the last 10 years that I got news of, you know what? You were that guy, that moment in life where as they were going through their last moments, you were that face, that thing that was keeping them alive and happy and making them just so, like life was still going on like normal. I had people write to me. I had one of the viewers. She watched so many times, and I got an email from her daughter telling me, I just want to write to say that in the last years where my mom was slowly going, you were the fantastic little moment that she just couldn't miss that. You were the little moment that she wanted to see every time because it was keeping her, I guess, in the world we are in. Is you are, and she even told me, she says, there's something about your way of being and the way you talk and the way you look at people and the way you react that is so human, natural, and you just make people feel good. And I'm like, you know, and I've heard that so many times. You know, my sister that still lives, my sister Carol, the fact that I'm helping right now, care duties, plus my friend with cancer, I help my mom, my sister, my own sister Carol now that still lives said, you know, with all that happens, you were put on this planet. You were put on this earth to help people. That's your mission. And that will always be your mission because of the way things are going. And I'm like, yeah. Sometimes that mission is a little hard on the guy that helps everybody too. But, whew. I love, you know, when I end the shows every week and I say I love you guys. Do you have an idea of how I love you guys? When I say I love you guys and do this is sending love to everybody that's here watching. It'll always be part of who I am and what I want. Every single person, whether you agree or not with me, is a welcome person and is someone I love. And I never thought that this would be, you know, something in life. It's just amazing. Hey, Nancy, thank you so much for the donations. Much appreciated. And yes, I will pet Paul the cat just for you. Frank Ireland, thank you so much for the donation. Much appreciated. Hope they have the Pro 2006 in heaven. I hope they have stuff that can lessen in heaven. I mean, come on. Jasmine, one of the reasons I watch this show Saturdays, it's like listening to lo-fi music, chill, and helps me study and build before I go for a night of dancing. I like that. I'm always happy to see you here, Jasmine, by the way. It's always a great time. Take care, Jerry Hart. Nice to have you here. Kevin, your mom and your sister were lucky to have you in their lives. Oh, man. My WX50, I was caregiver for my mom. I'm glad I was there for her. But it was the toughest thing I've ever done. Imagine now what I feel and what I am. I think I'm a very strong guy. Talking with Dad and my brother, and I said, you know, I'm pretty tough when I see all that I go through and what I'll see. You know, I went to see my friend that has cancer, and they tied him down because he always wanted to get up, and you know, every time he would go up, he would fall, and they were scared they're going to break something. And he looked at me and says, you know, why do you tie me down? How do you react to something like that? Nobody prepared me in school to react to, you know, your best friend or one of your good friends. You're going to be tied down, a little mixed up, not understanding why this is the way it's happening at the end of your life. And you're just there, and it's like, yeah, nobody ever told me how to react to this. Oof. I gotta tell you, it's something. I'll tell you that. Marvin Mott's interesting comment, Jill. I'm very lonely, living part-time in a virtually vacant city in China. Only a block of apartment blocks. So I feel less alone listening in. You know what? It's interesting you say that. There are so many people that are lonely watching this feed and this live show. And I did get a few emails over all the time that I do live shows saying, you know what? I am nobody in life. You're my buddy that I watch every week. That is great. And I just connect to you. And you know what? When I hear things like that, it's like, sorry guys. I'm a little tears here. Yeah, Jill. Never. Real man cry. Absolutely. It's, 824, 11.6. I'm diverting a little bit. 11.620. We've got Radio Romania in English.
The Roman lines or limes in the Latin pronunciation was the network of...
Pretty good signal on the East Coast, 11.620. Radio Romania. Kevin, your care in this community is taking many of us through divorces, deaths, and bouts of depression. Much love. Love you guys. Frank Ireland, I really appreciate all you do. You truly care about your listeners. Yeah. Man. There used to be... I'm from a generation of Men Don't Cry. And for a long time, saying I love you, things like that were impossible. Impossible, honestly. And I've learned to go through that and learned to go through, no, you know what? Yeah, there are times and there are times you gotta, and going back into life, a few guys would have seen, how it was when I was young. He would say like, oh God, I come from a very tough life, honestly. I come from a very, very tough life. I come from a time where, all of it was, I'll just say one phrase and all you guys are going to be like, wow. Seeing your mom being strangled by your dad at Christmas Eve. How do you deal with that when you're 14 years old? I was going to just tell you how fucking rough where I come from and where I I sometimes trying to understand how I could be still so sane today with everything when I come from that type of life. Just tells you guys. A London 19657. Of course pizza's coming. Yeah. Hey Jasmine. All right. But Men Don't Cry. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, this is live, Craig. Absolutely. Rob from Wick, my dad only told me he loved me once, and that was when he was drunk and dying. It often is the case when men can't say their feelings. It's at the last resorts, you know. Um, Paul Richardson doing a return for a monitor. I got online Costco and return. Henri Bourassa seemed to be a Costco return outlet. You may know the place. And I'm not a much of a Costco kind of guy, so not really. Old radios, they got divorced in '99. Was a young kid, third grade. Hey Nancy, can relate what you say and what you saw. You know, um, a lot of us go through things, and there are things you never forget. You know, when people told me I'm hard with my dad, and I told him, well, if you saw what I saw and what happened, um, I don't regret being at that space where it's like, nope, I'm not hard with my dad. I'm okay with it. I don't need to continue with toxic environments. Whether they're parents or friends, it doesn't matter. You don't have to continue in a toxic environment. And that's it. Oh, man. So I love you guys. I will order my pizza. So it's 0:30. How long has it been now? 4 hours and 27 minutes. Dang. I really love you guys. Last annoying moment. Super chat. Thank you all of those that gave a donation. Pizza Fund and Paul the Cat Treats. Cat Treats. Through PayPal. If you wish to give a little something. Thank you so much for being here. You know, I never thought in all of these years that in something which is just like a live show with people that I've never met before, that sometimes you open up like this, and it's funny, but then again, you are such amazing people that you understand why you talk about stuff, because a lot of you have also shared moments in your own life. This is a group which is like so cool because of that, because we all share. Some of you at some time will share a moment that's tough. We're a big, nice, friendly community. And we all go through shit. We all go through great times. And I think it's great that everybody, some from time to time share a little something. It's really nice. Really nice. So take care, everyone. Love you all. I will have my Pizza Hut for like once a year tonight. Warlock, this is the Yaesu FTD Extend screen. It's not a program. The Yaesu FTD Extend has that screen, and this is what you see on that screen because it has a external screen connector, so it's not a computer. It's really just the Yaesu FTD Extend screen that you see there. Take care, everybody. You guys are amazing. I love you all so much, and I want you guys to stay safe. It's something I always say, and I always want to make sure that you're all safe and come back next week. Next week, live show on Saturday, 20 hours UTC. Sunday, we have a Zoom, tuning the bands together. So 2 things happening. I will be sharing the Zoom link in the next day or 2. And I hope everybody's just doing fine, and that you take care of yourself We had a lot of fun tonight, like we usually do. Okay? Bye, guys. Stay safe. Love you all deeply. All right?